lopsided. There we go. Hi! You will notice that today it's just me. That's because Cryptic is on the floor.
I am on the lap. I can't believe you've
might
demoted
as well be
me.
on the floor at that
I can't
point.
believe you've demoted me.
Demoted you to the floor. Yeah, he is over my lap. He does not feel well, but he is here. The gaming you will see today will be me for a change. Still his game, but it's me. We have swapped places for today.
Ooh. I'm also holding a cat hostage.
Yeah.
Can't
He's
see
just
me.
holding the cat hostage down here. He's like, I need emotional support, kitty, please. So hopefully things will go okay. If they don't,
Well, as
you know
okay
that
as
it's because it's the curse of me.
as okay as they go anyway. I mean, our channel is the channel of the scuff.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Wouldn't be us without the stuff. It really, really wouldn't. Yes. So today we are doing Corpse Party Book of Shadows. We are moving on to chapter 3. And just before we start, the content warning for this game is this game includes graphic depictions of violence to children and teenagers.
And this game.
Gore. What?
And this one about the teacher and the adult.
Yeah. Oh my god. Try to look at you and you break my fucking spine. Good? We good? Cool.
Until I break your spine again.
You've moved too far back, it's...
No. Oh.
It's fucking up. You move.
I'm doing the possessing for a change. Okay, I'm sorry.
He is. It's like it's my turn to be possessed. Cool. Okay. Graphic depictions of violence to children and teenagers, gore, death may also touch on previous sexual assault, sexual harassment, and this one in particular will involve a very strange relationship between a student and a teacher. So, you know, if that makes you uncomfortable, feel free to leave. You are not being made to stay. I am not holding you hostage.
Am I in the way now?
No.
I'm being side-eyed at.
Yes, me. I should have been side-eyed. My eyes are not working today. Oh my god. I am having problems. But it's fine. I don't want to do Wi-Fi calling. Go away. My phone's like, would you like to start a Wi-Fi call? No. X! Dex, hi Raid. Nice to see ya. Yes. I don't think I have anything else to mention other than
You're a penis.
I am a penis. And spamming boops and mustaches and other shit on the characters on the screen is encouraged. Please do. It was fucking hilarious last time. It'll be fucking hilarious today.
Too bad they can't spam shit on me.
Yeah.
Because I'm sick.
You are ill, yeah. He's dying, but not dying enough. That means he doesn't feel the need to sit here and commentate.
Mm-hmm. If I'm a little quiet, it's because I'm all the way down on the lap, and that's an awful far away place from the microphone.
I have broke again.
Yeah, my VC face does that a lot. Try putting your hand up in front of the camera for a couple seconds. It will eventually come back.
Okay.
Yeah, anytime it does that, just...
I'm using his broken fucking camera today.
I gave you my good one.
It's fucking broken.
No, I mean, I gave you my good one.
Oh, yeah, I had the good one, so,
This is supposed to be the good one. The other one's cheaper and, like, not supposed to be the good one, but it ends up being the good one for some fucking reason.
uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, no worries, Raid. Thank you for being here anyway. I appreciate that.
Oh, is he doing just audio again?
Yep.
Okey-doke.
He's playing Splatfest today.
Oh. I would join, but despite being sick, I still have duties. Got training shit to do.
Yeah, bunch of training shit. You lot are determined to give me a mustache, aren't you?
So far, you've got one for an eyebrow.
I have one for an eyebrow. I have a unibrow. There we go. Oh.
There we go, unibrow.
Oh. I have a mustache. Okay.
And then press F1. You might have to press it a couple times for it to show up. Sometimes it takes a minute to capture. Don't mind me, I'm just backseat streaming because I know how my setup works.
Yeah, and I don't.
It's actually like appreciated backseat streaming for a change.
For a change, usually it's also I could not get the controller to connect, so you're seeing my mouse today. Game left.
You turn it down with the knob on the keyboard.
No. Ah! How's this? Can you still hear the game? Hello? Can you still hear the game though? That's my concern. Usually I'm like miles away and I can just listen to it on my phone and figure this shit out, but I am in charge of it today. Yes, it can be helped. Thank you, E. Appreciate it. Love you.
Love you, son.
Love you, son.
Hope you're winning Splatfest. Now, I would be winning Splatfest if I had Splatfest.
Splatfest. Yeah.
But I didn't have 60 more hours of training to do.
A lot. Stop. Today is chapter 3. Chapter 3 is called Encounter. Dun. Who are we gonna mustache today?
Miss Yui.
Miss Yui. When Miss Yui shows up on the screen, mustache.
Give the Predator a mustache.
Let's see. Tension 5. Huh? Or is that 23? Or is it 33? Oh, Mr. Yamazaki's handwriting is atrocious. This really wasn't my day. I knocked over my alarm clock this morning, and of course it stopped working. The very last pork sandwich sold out right before my eyes during lunch, and I was roped into a favour when I happened upon my homeroom teacher, Mr. Yamazaki, long after the school day had ended. So now, like it or not, I was on my way to deliver some notes to Miss Yui, our homeroom TA, who was out sick with a cold. Are you Miss Yui?
No.
He's Miss Yui.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. I have broken my spine.
I don't harass teenagers like Miss Yui. Leave me alone.
Hold on, I need to fix my broken spine.
Stink.
Is it you again? It fucking is. Oh my fucking god.
I'm trying. Here, if you pick it up, look at me, pick it up and put it on the other monitor.
Fucking ruining my night.
Do you know how often this happens the other way around? Oh, well.
That's why I tend to be right up at the fucking desk.
Yes, but I am sick. That wasn't me being dramatic, that was real.
Okay. I'll have to make sure I apologize to Yuka later. I know how disappointed she'll be that I'm missing her shopping day.
I can't make the noise, no!
Tension 523 number 11. Found it. As long as this doesn't actually read 633 number 77 anyway. I stopped and compared the memo in my hand with the apartment building in front of me. It was 2 stories tall and looked a little on the shabby side. Probably about 20 years old. Are you saying that 20 years old is shabby, Satoshi?
Maybe.
That's so rude.
I think it's shabby.
It didn't seem very solid, nor was it particularly stylish or chic. It was a completely unremarkable structure in every way. Apartment 207? Or is that 201? I was really getting fed up with this handwriting, and from a teacher no less.
Can he just not numbers?
The teacher just can't.
I mean, I was accusing Satoshi, but...
Oh, Satoshi can't either, but it's fine. In any case, it seemed certain the apartment was on the 2nd floor, so I trudged up the startlingly narrow, steep stairs. For fuck's sake! The metal staircase was thoroughly blotched with patches of rust. Why would someone live in such a rundown apartment building? No worries, Red, take your time. Oh, the teacher's salary is really that low? I felt a little sorry for her. But, in a way, this place kind of fit her personality. Are you saying she's a shit personality?
Satoshi's just throwing shade.
He's not even continuing that thought, he's just stopped. He's just like, I'm gonna shit talk my teacher and then move on with my life. With that thought in mind, I turned my attention towards apartment 201. Yeah, this doesn't look like Miss Yuri's place. The door plate for the room nearest the stairs had a name I didn't recognise scribbled on it. Guess that means we tried door number 2. Passing room 201, I continued down the narrow walkway towards the end. Wandering alone around an apartment building I'd never been to before made me feel kind of nervous. It wasn't like I was doing anything wrong, but my back still tensed up as I manoeuvred around, piling up strollers, plastic toys and bundles of newspapers. And then finally, I arrived at the last door. Bingo!
What's his name?
Well, I can't sing. This was it. I breathed a sigh of relief, and I'm banned from singing. The door plate for apartment 207 read Shishido. For an adult's handwriting especially, the letters were rounded and overly cutesy. This was Miss Yui's place, alright? Huh? What's this? I leaned in to read something written in small script on the corner of the door plate. Beware of... cat? Shouldn't that be beware of dog? That's Miss Yui for you. So, how exactly does one beware a house cat?
You run.
You beware owls because owls will rip you to shreds. She has found a way to rip me to shreds, and I am a ghost.
He becomes non-corporeal and she can still grab him. It makes no sense.
She is too powerful for my feeble, ghostly form.
Oh, your feeble form. Me.
Is it even possible for a house cat to be threatening?
Yes, it is. Satoshi. I can't believe that Satoshi's not fucking listening to us. We've got all this commentary and he's not listening.
He's not listening! At any rate, I'd confirmed beyond the shadow of a doubt that this was Miss Yuri's place. So my errand was nearing its end. I can't hear the me-me-me's, I'm just going to start saying me-me-me every time we show up. What was Mr. Yamazaki thinking anyway? I understand taking handouts to set classmates, but delivering class notes to the whole of an absent teacher? That just seems weird. This isn't something a student should be doing. He'd said he was busy with meetings though, and really needed one of his students to help him out. But was it really okay to entrust a school student with confidential class notes? Wouldn't it be kind of a problem if I were to read these? My mind kept drifting from one question to another, and I'd become acutely aware of the inherent value in these notes I held in my bag.
You know what I think? I think you should read them.
I think you should read them.
I think you should read them to us.
Read them out loud, Satoshi, please. But as tempting as it was, I just couldn't bring myself to look at them. You are boring.
Fucking boring.
Fuck's sake.
And you're the protagonist, my guy.
Listen, I see. Hello. ESP.
think so.
Mr. Yamazaki put his faith in me after all. Yes, exactly. Listen, Satoshi, please.
See,
I was
here's
stronger
the
than
thing.
that. I couldn't let this get the best of me.
Here's the thing. If it was Yoshiki, he'd fucking read them
He
to
would
us.
read it and he would post them all over the place.
He'd read, he would piss on the papers, throw them on the ground, cartwheel away.
Use one of them to roll a fag or something.
Yeah. And then get criticized by his friends about how the ink is not healthy for him because they don't know if it's soy-based.
Yeah.
Because this is something we've researched.
Yeah, we have researched this one.
Because I had a really nice book that was given to me as a gift by somebody who fucking hates me. And I wanted to use it to smoke with, but no.
Bonk. I was stronger than that. I couldn't let this get the best of me. At any rate, I was here. I should have just been able to drop off the notes and be on my way. Putting all my doubts and misgivings aside, I rang the doorbell. Bing bong. And then I waited. And waited. And waited some more. But there was no answer. Huh? It didn't ring, didn't it?
Yui-sensei!
Miss Yui! I rang the bell again, and also tried calling out, but there was still no response. What should I do? Maybe she's sleeping? I don't want to wake her, but I am a little concerned. When we heard that Miss Yui was staying home sick today, we were all pretty disappointed. That's why part of me was actually a little happy that I was asked to run these over to her. I figured I'd be able to check in and see how she was doing, and let everyone at school know that she was feeling better. Never occurred to me that I might not even be able to see her though.
Yui-sensei!
Miss Yui!
Yui-sensei!
Miss Yui! Nothing, huh?
Miss Yui.
Miss Yui, please! Let me in. Miss Yui?
Yui-sensei!
Hello?
すみません。
Knock, knock. Knock, knock. She was probably sleeping.
Breaking.
Or out at the doctor's or something.
Breaking.
But what if she were hurt? I tried opening the mail slot and peeking in. I thought maybe I could get a glimpse of the room inside.
Yui-sensei.
Miss Yui. I felt kind of wrong peeking into someone's house without their permission, but I was legitimately worried about Miss Yui's health, so my conscience was clear on this one. Whatever makes you feel better, Satoshi. Oh, the cat.
The beware of cat thing is such bullshit because I've only ever known Russian blues to be the sweetest beans. No one needs to be aware of that cat.
Everyone boop the cat. Boop.
I'm sorry guys, my coughs are so loud. Because there was mold on my ceiling. It's been fixed. Finally. Went to the weeks ago.
A well-groomed cat was facing the door and staring back at me. With its head tilted slightly to the side, it let out an adorable meow. Aww, it's so cute. This must be the cat I was instructed to beware. And since Miss Yui's always going on and on about her little buddy, I was pretty sure I remembered his name. You're Mori, right? Or, no, it's Moni, I think. Yeah, Moni. What a pretty kitty you are, Moni. Miss Yui talked about her cat a lot in class, so pretty much the whole school had heard of him. She even had some tins of cat food hidden on a shelf in the classroom. Probably because she'd bought too much and had no room for them in her apartment. Here, kitty kitty. Moni. Moni. Is Miss Yui home? She's home. Would you mind waking her up for me? That's a good kitty. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. My shoulders sank. I felt defeated. What the hell was I doing?
Satoshi had seen one TikTok and thought he'd solved his problem.
Yeah. I closed the mail slot and stood back up. Down. I should hope Miss Yui's alright. She's probably just out right now or something. Which would mean the door's locked, I'm sure. Lost in this speculation, I placed my hand on the doorknob. And with a quick twist, I turned it and pushed on the door, opening it easily, breaking in and entering.
Eh?
Huh?
鍵
It
かかって
wasn't
ないのか
locked.
うわいけね
Shit, that's not good.
モネが出たら大変だ
I can't let Monet get out. Baby! Boop.
お前のご主人様は不用心だな
Your
鍵もかけ
master's
てない
pretty
なんて
careless, huh? Leaving the door unlocked like that. Monet's whiskers twitched as I called out to him from the entranceway.
なんだ
What's that you say?
その
She
通りだよ
probably is. Ha ha ha! Break into someone's house and the first thing you do is make a fucking cat pun.
Our cat has walked away. She's disgusted.
Yeah, Sock is not impressed. Sock is like, that is fucking horrendous. I am leaving.
She was actually so upset she went out the flap.
She went out the flap. She hates the flap, and she was so pissed off by that comment that she left through the flap. That shows you how bad that was. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. You and I are
モ
on
ネ
the
もや
same
っ
page,
ぱりそう
Monet.
思うか
Here I was talking to a cat. Was this what I'd become? What the fuck does that mean? I talk to cats all the time. You talk to cats all the time.
Yes, but do you break into people's houses and talk to their cats?
If I could get away with it, I would.
Yeah, me too.
It's like, you have a cat in there, boom! Specifically, you know, a certain cat that's always outside. Partially, it's like, I'm just coming through, don't mind me, I'm going back outside. I just need to go through your back door so I can talk to your cat. This just looked at me. Is it dead already?
Dead already.
Okay.
You may need to just plug it in.
Okay. We're, what, half an hour in and the headset's already dead. What should I do? I was feeling pretty uneasy. Not only had I peeked into someone's home, I'd walked in without a second thought. Moreover, this was where Miss Yui lived, alone. In other words, a woman's apartment. No matter how many times I reminded myself that I was here on an errand, I couldn't help feeling that I'd not only crossed a line, but leaped over it. Boop, 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 you're so close to booking the kitty. Boop, boop, boop.
ゆい先生
Miss Yui? I tried calling her name one last time, but as expected, there was no answer. Is it really true?
If not, you've got the earbuds. So I'm not using it.
I got it. So, what
ど
now?
うしようか
I was trying hard to avoid being too nosy, but my eyes inevitably began surveying the room. The apartment entrance led out immediately into the kitchen, and beyond that there was a sliding door to some other room. I could see light through the gaps. I strained my ears, but there was nothing to hear, no signs of life whatsoever. Miss Yui really must be out. One more time. I tried calling out to her one more time, just to put my concerns at ease. I felt like I'd seemed even more suspicious if I stayed silent.
ゆい先生
Miss Yui!
持田です
It's Mochida. Still nothing. Maybe she was asleep on the other side of that door?
確かめて
Let's just
Oh, yeah,
have a
yeah, yeah,
little
yeah.
look-see then. No, wait. I was shaking my head furiously, I cast out that sudden impulse. That was a terrible idea. Pure and simple. Entering the apartment unannounced was bad enough, but walking all the way in, opening that sliding door, and peeking inside, that was just too much.
っていうか
Man, if Miss
この
Yui
タイ
hadn't
ミング
come
で
home and found
ゆ
me
い先
standing
生
here,
が外から帰ってきたりしたら
I'd be in pretty hot water.
結構まずい
Mm,
じゃなくて
no,
だいぶまず
scratch
い
that. I'd be in plentiful, dense, scalding water. Moni mewed, as if in agreement. Panicking, I once again surveyed my surroundings. I almost felt like there were eyes on me, staring with disdain. But of course, nobody was there.
そうだ
Oh, right. I can just leave a note.
書き置きを残していけばいいんじゃないか
Wondering why I didn't think of this sooner, I dug into my bag for some paper and a pen.
山崎先生
Mr. Yamazaki asked me to come by. That should
書
be
いてお
enough,
けばいい
right?
俺のノートでいいや
I'll just use some notebook paper. Let's
ゆい
see.
先生
Miss Yui. Crouching in the doorway, I ran my pen across the page. I brought class notes at Mr. Yamazaki's behest.
Behest.
Behest. Such a random fucking word.
I swear these people have got like a thesaurus as they write this.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Like, how can we make this 17-year-old sound like a Victorian child?
If you want him to sound like a sick Victorian child, I could voice him.
Yeah. Everyone has been worried about you. Sorry about barging into your apartment.
あと
Please
不用心
don't forget to lock your
鍵は
door
かけた方
from
がいい
the
と
on. Hmm? As I was writing the note, I sensed a presence in front of me. Until just a moment ago, this house had had no signs of human life in it, but now I could feel someone standing directly ahead. Standing and looking down at me. Huh? Fidgeting nervously, I put down my pen, raised my head slowly, and saw a white, slender ankle. Not an ankle! That's a brilliant thing. Terrified by ankles. Shocked, I shot my head up, and there, standing before me, was Miss Yui. Oh. Miss Yui? She was looking right at me, but she seemed decidedly out of sorts. Her hair looked dishevelled, her gaze was unsteady, and her pyjamas were in complete disarray. She was like a completely different person from the usual Kempt educator we'd come to know and love.
のゆい先生
Miss Yui,
Ora,
I'm so
勝手に
sorry
入っちゃ
to
って。
have entered your apartment without permission. Here. I stood up frantically and held out the note I'd been writing. But... Huh? Miss Yui was just standing there, stupefied, with a completely vacant expression on her face.
先生
Miss Yui? I called out to her as gently as I could, but she was really dazed. She seemed almost like a ghost. A ghost where? Miss Yui?
先生
What
ど
happened
うしちゃ
to
ったんだよ
I had a sudden uneasy feeling. Worried, I walked up to Miss Yui, grabbed her shoulders and tried to snap her out of it by shaking her. But instead...
Interesting.
うわ
Interesting. Ugh. This just seemed to make her cough. Hey, Miss
先
Yui.
生
These were wet, productive coughs, and spit was shooting out of Miss Yui's mouth with each one. Pleasant. I frantically tried to shield my face from the spray, but my reaction time just wasn't quick enough. I put a hand to her cheek and found it thick with a slimy film of saliva. Are
大丈夫
you okay, Miss
Sensei.
Yui? Miss Yui hobbled back a little and then fell to her knees with a thud. She had completely sprawled out in the hallway, moaning and groaning the whole time.
先生
Miss Yui? Wiping the spatterings from my own face, I leaned over and took a better look at hers. It was bright red. Strained breathing and a stuffy nose and a visibly high fever on top of it all. She was as sick as could be. Cold.
寒いの
Cold?
でも
But you're dripping with
汗かいてるよ
sweat. It's cold. I thought maybe her sweat had cooled her down, but then realised her dishevelled pyjamas certainly weren't doing her any favours. With heart pounding a mile a minute and face red as a traffic light, I set about buttoning her up.
ゆい先生
Uh,
俺の
Miss
ことわか
Yui,
る
you know where this is,
持田だよ。
right? It's Mochida from school.
寒いならちゃんと
If
布
you're
団で寝ないと
cold, then you need to sleep under your
出
covers.
ないと
Otherwise,
治る
you
もん
won't
も
get
治ら
any
ないっ
better.
て
She absent-mindedly extended her shaking arms like a zombie, slowly reopened her eyes, and looked up at me. She was the gaze of a severely fevered mind.
ゆい先生
Miss
あ
Yui? Tsukasa!
え
What?
うわ
Tsukasa! Tsukasa!
え
Cunt kick, let's go.
What?
Cunt kick time, let's go.
Cunt kick! Kick her in the cunt! Miss Yui was clinging to me tightly. I couldn't move. I was frozen in shock, and she began to weep. You comfort me, Tsukasa!
Tsukasa?
Who's Tsukasa?
I don't know, what's Takasa with you?
What's Tsukasa with you? What a lovely surprise! I'm so glad you're here.
先生待って
Miss
人違いだ
Yui,
よ
wait, you've got the wrong person. It seemed like I wasn't getting through to her at all. And the sensation of her chest as she held me was making it virtually impossible to fight her grip. So that she just stops existing and stops being able to function the second those boobs are involved at all.
Yeah. What a word. What a word that I cannot say.
No.
Definitely a V card holder. That's as far as I can go.
Yeah. I was utterly powerless against this opponent.
I feel like this man will be like 40 and he'll still be holding.
I'd never realised before just how soft a woman's chest was.
See, behavior like that's why you're gonna be 40 and still holding that card, dude. No.
God, am I that weak-willed? I had to remind myself that Miss Yui had confused me with someone else. Mustering all the strength I could, I gripped her arms and tried to pry them off me. But she was a lot stronger than I'd anticipated, and wouldn't let me get away. I was so scared, Tsukasa. I was so scared. Scared? I never thought you'd actually come. As she squeezed me tightly, I felt as though my upper body might collapse under the pressure of her softest parts. He needs to stop. He needs to stop.
Why did you look at me?
He needs to stop, because you need to make this stop. I was blushing uncontrollably. Yeah, me too, V. I am also uncomfortable.
I am uncomfortable, and I'm gonna focus on learning about my sap.
Yeah, you do that. Miss Yui, please, let go. No, I won't.
先生って
Come
ば
on, Miss Yui. I struggled to wriggle free, but Miss Yui only grabbed me tighter. Our bodies were getting more and more intertwined.
We have a saying for this type of occasion.
Do we?
Yes, we do. It's
No means no.
well, show me means again. I think I fucked it up. Yeah. Okay. I did it.
Yeah, you had it. Yeah. And every time I squirmed, Miss Yui would just pull me in even closer. Pretzel snakes. Pretzel snakes?
What?
What? Pretzel snakes?
I want pretzels.
Tsukasa. As her chest rose and fell erratically, droplets of sweat slid down into her cleavage. Stop looking at her boobs! Stop it! Someone bonk him. Bonk. He must be stopped. He is a menace to society. Yeah, I mean pretzel snakes worked, I was very confused. Not me. They both must be stopped, exactly, Candied Applenut. They both must be stopped. Bonk, bonk, bonk. I could feel the heat of her fever radiating off her steadily, and off of her steadily encroaching face, as well as shoulders I grabbed in an effort to push away. Stay here with me, Tsukasa, please.
だから人
I'm
違い
telling you, you've got the wrong person. Bonk! Hey! We bonked him. Successful bonk! Questions were still swirling around in my head. Why was Miss Yui crying? And who is this Sukasa person? Woo!
Wow.
But I was most concerned for the state of her pajamas, which had become even more disheveled during our struggle. Miss Yui, your pajamas, your pants. Huh? They're sliding down.
Oh god. I've had enough.
I think someone would just conveniently time his illness so that I would have to read all of this. Tsukasa, you're so warm. Yui, please! Realising that not a single word was getting through to her, I sighed resignedly. I'd taken care of Yuka any number of times when she'd caught a cold and drawn a fever, but I don't recall it ever getting this bad. Miss Yui was usually calm, collected and rational. Who would have ever imagined that a fever could leave her so thoroughly discombobulated?
A thesaurus.
Discombobulated. Thank God for away from that screen. Miss Yui, seriously.
Pull yourself together. We need that Edna mode gif right now. Pull yourself together.
Pull yourself together! I put more strength into my resistance and finally her arms relaxed, just the tiniest bit. But her expression changed drastically. No! No, please! Miss Yui? Satoshi Mochida? Not this Please don't go!
Leave.
Please! Miss Yui was acting like a spoiled child. Slipping out of the shoes I'd still been wearing, I again drew close to a sprawled out form. There was no way I could just leave her here like this. Yes, you can.
Yes, and you
She
should.
will not remember. Leave her there.
Leave her there. Go far away.
Run!
Touch some grass.
I sure hope none of this seems too sketchy after your fever breaks. Miss Yui let out a lethargic groan, perhaps in response to my quiet murmurings. At my wit's end, I grabbed hold of her and did my best to carry her into the back room. Gently willing her over to the unfurled futon, I then carefully laid her down, making sure I didn't drop her in the process. Then there was the matter of rebuttoning those pesky pajamas again. I hesitantly pulled up her pajama bottoms and brushed away the stray hairs that were plastered to her brow with sweat. I'd done my best to avoid seeing anything I shouldn't, but I am a guy, so my heart was pounding the whole time. He needs to be stopped.
They all need to be stopped.
Miss Yui's pajamas were soaked through with sweat.
The pajamas also need to be stopped.
What? The pajamas need to be stopped, yeah. She really might have been better off with a change of clothes altogether, but that would have been going way too far. Wish I could find a towel or something so I could wipe some of the moisture away. Noticing a convenience store bag carelessly tossed to the floor, I glanced inside. Hey, she already bought both bags. Why wasn't she using them? Jeez. Miss Yui, this might be a little cold, but bear with me, okay? Okay, I think that'll help. I placed one of the compresses on her forehead and pulled the covers over her. Miss Yui appeared almost instantly relieved. She exhaled contentedly and her breathing became more relaxed. And finally she was asleep.
Great, now you can sneak away.
Now leave. Run.
He's not gonna.
Just go away. Even in sleep, Miss Yui seemed to be suffering. Oh, morning. Were you worried about your master? I don't blame you. When Mr. Yamazaki said she was sick, I had no idea it would be this bad. Monet had coiled up on my legs without me noticing. I began absent-mindedly speaking to him. He made in response and our conversation ended there, as my gaze was still fixed squarely on Miss Yui. So, what do I do now?
Go home.
Miss Yui? Are you okay to be alone right now? She wasn't in any condition to respond. She is asleep, and you're talking to her and expect her to respond. there is not a single brain cell bouncing around in there, is there? But
He's got protagonist syndrome, there are no brain cells.
there are no brain cells for the protagonist. Absolutely fucking none.
Like, he gets doubly screwed over the fact that he's a video game protagonist, but he's also a fucking anime protagonist.
He has
so
minus brain cells.
negative brain cells.
Negative brain cells.
He walks into a room and sucks out like 5 brain cells from every person and just completely obliterates them, and no one gets them back.
He's a brain cell black hole. Miss Yui's hand had slipped out from under the futon and was gently grasping at my pant leg. Hey.
Maybe scoot back.
Scoot, scoot.
But
You would
problem
think
solved.
so, but no.
Problem solved.
Oh, V says his Splatfest blue ink is very pretty.
I'm fucking jealous. I wish we played. Too busy being sick and having things to do.
Too busy having to work, yeah.
Mhm.
Her grip was much weaker
Well,
than before.
technically I'm having to do training on my own time. I'm not at work, because if I was at work I wouldn't actually be anywhere near you while you're streaming.
Yeah. But I knew I'd probably regret it if I went home now. No! Go home! Stop it. Bonk. Miss Yui just seemed really lonely.
仕方ない
Well,
な
guess I'll settle in then. Stop it! Go home!
Go home!
Without disturbing Miss Yui's hold on me, I took a seat beside her. For the time being, I figured I'd watch over her and make sure her condition didn't worsen. Occasionally, Miss Yui's breathing would become ragged and she'd furrow her brow. She was in a pretty bad way. Poor thing.
You know, I think after this scene's over, we're all gonna have to take a break to emotionally fucking
We're
recover.
all gonna have to go back to get ourselves back together after this because this was a mess. A mistake. Wasn't there anything else I can do?
Go!
Leave! Go
Home!
I glanced quietly down the hallway. I'd noticed when I'd carried Miss Yui here that the kitchen near the entrance was perfectly neat and tidy. There wasn't any indication it had been used that day at all.
飯食っ
I
てるのか
wonder if she's eaten anything. Monia's gaze shifted suddenly. I followed it and saw pet bowls laid out in the corner of the room. One dish was filled to the brim with water, and the other was piled high with dry cat food. I see someone's eating well around here, huh?
熱出してあんな状態になってても
Even delirious with
お
fever,
前
she
のことは
still
ちゃん
taken
と考
real good
えて
care
く
of
れて
you.
るんだよ
But that's not good, Miss Yui. You should be thinking about your own
食事の
meals
心
first.
配をしようよ
I shook my head at the whole situation, and then glanced down at Moni, who was tilting his head as if trying to understand me. Bonk. Yeah, bonk over the water bowl.
Monet is helping them bonk.
Bonk. Moni is helping with the bonk. I broke into a wry smile. When I pulled out the cold packs, I did notice some cheap convenience store food in the bag as well. I guess that was going to be our food for the day. Not exactly the best stuff to eat when you're sick.
米と
There's rice and eggs at least.
卵くらいはきっとある
Yeah,
So
bonk
close.
her! Bonk her!
Bonk her head, bonk her.
卵がゆでも作ろう
Maybe I'll make egg porridge or something.
先生
Miss Yui, may I borrow your kitchen? Her face was bright red and her half-pained, half-contented noises provided me with no clear-cut answer to my question.
Cause she's asleep.
Cause she's sleeping! Stop it!
モネに許しをもらおうか
Don't
な
think I'm gonna get much out of her. How about you, Moni?
モネ
Oof, V just bonked
キッチン
himself.
借りていいか
He's bumping himself. He's like, if I bump myself hard enough, I'll pass out and don't have to see this. Do I have your permission to use the kitchen?
ありがとう
Excellent, thank you. Moni's cries helped to assuage my guilt over entering a woman's apartment and borrowing her kitchen. Not that I had any reason to feel guilty. I don't think, anyway. I mean, circumstances were what they were. You could have gone home!
You could have gone home. He just thinks he lives there now.
He's just moved in. Still, I had
Is
this
Yuka
nagging
really
sense
that bad?
I should have somehow felt bad about what I was doing. Because you broke it!
ごめんな
See, I said, is Yuka really that bad? And then I thought about it. I'm like, you know, honestly,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
okay.
It's
Fair enough.
like, go home to Yuka, break into my teacher's flat.
Neither. Break into Yoshiki's flat. Do it.
Do it.
But that would be gay and portraying gay in a good way. And the gameplay knows how to make scary lesbians.
There was like a perfect bonk on top of Miss Yui's head.
Yeah, I can see it.
And then there's a bonk over Satoshi's name.
Mm-hmm.
You bonked them both!
And there's a bonk over him.
Yeah, perfect. Well done, V. Proud of you. Excuse me, please, Miss Yui. I'm gonna need to get up. One by one, I gently peeled off each of the fingers latched onto my pant leg. The expression on her face changed as I was doing so, from contented rest to mild annoyance. But there was nothing to indicate that she might wake up.
The couch has been bonked.
Bonk. Bonk, bonk,
The
bonk.
couch was bonked.
Who was bonked?
The couch.
Couch. Oh, yes.
Next to you.
Oh.
On top of me. I'm being
Bonk
bonked.
him! Bonk him hard! Alright then, let's see what we can do, shall we?
I've already got a lung rattle. Do you really want me to have like a brain rattle too?
Yeah.
But that's not nice.
It's not nice, but it's funny. As I stood up, Marie mewed happily and began tagging along at my heels.
You're not gonna stop them with whole body rattles. Bless you.
And Miss Yui, now resting by herself in the bedroom, let out a sudden sneeze.
Hate it when I let out a snudden sneeze.
Don't you just hate it when you sneeze? That's the worst. Hate it.
Well, an hour in and we're just getting through the intro.
Yeah. Oof.
Did you say this is one of the longer chapters?
I think it might be.
I'll just settle in and get cozy.
Mhm.
Your lap smells like dog fur.
I mean, at least that makes sense, I guess.
He smells like dog shampoo.
My dog shampoo smells amazing, thank you very much.
He uses like people soap, but still manages to smell like freshly bathed dog. I don't get it.
Come on, Yui.
かかったよ今
I
く
just
しゃみ
got sprayed.
ごめんごめん
Sorry,
なんだ
sorry.
鼻がム
I
ズム
have got a real tingle in my nose today for some reason.
ズまったくもう
Honestly.
ティッシュティッシュ
Tissues.
あれどこや
Where
ったっ
did I
け
put them?
あなければ私の使ってよ
Oh,
せめて
wow.
も
Did I get that much on you? Here, use one of mine. It's the least I can do.
やったじゃあ私使う
Hey, don't mind if I do.
私
What?
も
She
持っ
was
てないよ
talking to
ティ
me.
ッシュちょう
May
だ
I
い
have one too, please? Let's see.
はい
Here we go.
サンキュ
Thank you.
ーあんたたちねティッシ
You
ュく
guys
らい
should
常
really
備
keep
してく
extras
だ
with
さ
you,
い
you
よ
know.
面目ない
Well, sorry.
まったく
Honestly. So,
それで
what were we talking about again?
そうそう
You
だからさ
remember? We were talking
とうとう
about what
3
it's
年
like
にな
to
っちゃ
see
ったよ
those
ね
now. Oh, I know, right?
あと1
Can
年
it
で卒業
really be just one more year before we graduate?
卒業もだけど
Well,
私たち
graduation is
それより
important.
もっ
Don't
と考
forget
えな
those
くちゃいけないことがあるじゃない
Huh?
進路よ
Our careers. Ugh.
いや
No,
聞きたくな
I
い
really don't want to think about that.
正直さ
Too
進
bad.
路相談何
Too
回受けた
fucking
って
bad.
将来のこ
Well,
と
there's
な
a
んかはっ
reason
き
we've
り
been
しないっ
subjected
て
to
い
all
うか
those
さ
career counselling sessions, and it's because our futures are just big question marks right now.
だよ
Yeah,
ね
no kidding.
ど
What
う
are we
す
gonna
る
do
か
with our
な
lives?
ほんと
It's scary.
ゆい
Any
は
ideas, Yui?
もう進
Do
路
you have any
決
plans
め
for
て
the
る
future?
実はね
Actually,
Well,
I've got it all figured out.
え
What?
何何
Well, don't
Yui,
leave us
何
hanging
になり
out
たいの
with it, girl. Well,
私はね私の名前はシシロ
my
ゆ
name
い
is Yui Shishido.
17
I'm
歳
17 and my dream is
将来
to
の
be a
夢は
teacher.
あまりよく考
I
え
got
ず
into
に
the
人
lives
の
of
こと
others
に
without a
身を突
second
っ込んで
thought,
は
and I spend
空
most
回
of
って
my
る
time
こと
doing
が多い
nothing and
私だ
bored.
でもそ
So
んな
I
私で
believe
もき
even
っと
someone like
頑
me
張れ
can
ば
make
夢
our
が
dreams
叶う
come
っ
true.
て
But
信
then
じて
I
る
Harvard. Kisaragi Academy, 5 years ago. The cherry blossoms were in bloom, and the rustling wind carried with it the sort of warmth of the season. I was a high school senior now, and was devoting myself to my studies in preparation for the day my dream could become a reality. And that dream was to become an English teacher. My grades were on the fence for getting into the university I wanted though. So my best bet was to score a special recommendation from the academy.
あよか
That was a
った
lucky
急に呼
break.
び出されたから
When I
何
got
事
called
か
to the
と思っ
office,
た
I
よ
had no clue what it might be about.
ある日の放課後
After school,
私は
one,
職員室に
oh,
呼び
she
出さ
and
れた
Bobble. After school one day, I was summoned to the teacher's staff room.
何かヘマをやっ
I
た
was
のか
freaking out that
と
maybe
か
I'd failed or
成
my
績
grades
が
weren't
志
good
望
enough
校
for
に
the
及
school
ば
I
ない
wanted to go
と
to
か
or
そうい
something
う悪い
terrible
こと
like
を
that.
私の予想に反
But
し
I
て
found out my feels
呼び
were
出さ
all
れ
for
たう
naught.
ちの学園から
You
は
have
ライ
no
バル
rival
は
in
い
our
なさそう
academy,
だから
they said.
このまま
So
頑
if
張
you
れば
keep
推
working
薦
hard,
してや
we'll
る
be
さ
happy to give you a recommendation.
だって
Was that ever a pick me
で
up?
きちゃった
I feel like I could take on the
この調
world
子で
now.
頑張らないとね
I'm gonna have to make sure I don't let this chance slip me by.
それにしても
So,
ゴミ
this
箱って
trash
どうして
can.
こんなに重たいん
Why
だろう
exactly is it so ridiculously heavy again?
ゴミ捨て場まで持ってい
Carrying
く
this
のも
piece
一
to the
苦
dumpster is gonna
労
be the death of me.
な
Hey. Huh?
突然声をかけられて
I
ゴ
told
ミ
them
箱
I'm
を
still
抱えた
holding a
まま振
garbage
り返
can.
る
The
それ
boys
は
belong to a male
今
student
ま
I'd
で
never
話した
spoken
こ
with
と
before.
のない男
I'd
子
seen him around a lot though.
彼は
Now he looks like a fucking anime protagonist out of the 90s.
Yeah. His name was Tsukasa Mikuni from class 7.
そこ
With a name like that,
足元
especially.
Yeah.
根っこが出てるから
Watch
気
your
をつけな
step. There's a root sticking out of the ground here, and it's pretty easy to trip on.
え
Huh?
あ
Ow.
ちょっと
Hey!
Don't go
Stupid
right out the
idea!
wall.
Laughing at someone else's misfortune.
だってよ
Well, it's
もう
it's not funny!
そこは
Shouldn't you be asking if I'm okay or something? My bad, my
悪い
bad.
あいいよそんな
Oh,
手が
you
汚
don't
れ
have
る
to help clean up. You'll get your hands dirty.
別にいいよそ
Ah,
んくら
don't
い
worry about it. It's the least I can do after laughing like that.
ありがとう
Thanks.
うん
No
こ
problem.
れで全部拾い終
That
えた
should be
か
everything, right? Yeah,
も
looks
う
like
大
it.
丈夫
じゃ行くぞ
Cool. Well, let's go then.
Eh?
Uh-huh. I remember it well even now. This was my first time talking with Tsukasa, and he left a strong first impression on me.
ごめん重たいよね
That's really kind of you. Isn't it heavy though?
別に
Not especially.
やっぱり自
I'm
分
the
で
one assigned to take it. Maybe I should.
いいって
It's fine, really.
はい終
Here,
了
everything in its place.
ありがとう助かっ
Thank
た
you
よ
so much. You were a huge help.
じゃあな
Catch you around.
あちょっと待っ
Hey,
て
hold up.
あ
Huh?
お礼させてよ
I feel like I should do something nice for you in return.
いい女の
Don't worry
これ
about
くらい
it.
で
Your thanks is plenty. You're making noise and I can hear it. What do you want?
I just want.
いいから
Look, just wait in a second, okay?
友達が増える
Making a new friend is always great, but when it happens to be Tsukasa Mikuni, it's
その
all
相
the
手が
better.
肉につか
Kind
せ
of
た
been on my mind
と
for
い
a
う
while.
の
You don't say.
Still on your mind 5 years later, you. There we go. Most of the times I've seen Tsukasa before this were in the school courtyard. He'd spent a lot of time there sitting alone on a bench. Even after school or during summer vacation, if I happened to pass by, I would always see him there. And after this little encounter, we'd go on to make many fond memories together. Yet somehow, the image of Tsukasa that stands out most in my mind is of him seated alone on that courtyard bench.
はいどうぞ
For
コー
you?
ヒー牛
I hope
乳で
cafe ole is alright.
まあなんでもいいけど
Sure, I guess.
サンキュ
Anything's
ー
fine, really. Thanks.
これは私からのお礼なんだから
You know, it's customary when receiving a gift to quietly accept it without any offhanded
切
remarks.
りがたいやつ
Well, aren't we a stickler for tradition? We walked to the bench together, sat down, and began making small talk. That courtyard bench was a sort of mystical place. The leaves rustled over your head, and if you closed your eyes and opened your ears, it felt as though you were in the middle of some forest.
That makes me feel like I'm gonna sneeze.
Yeah. It's like, allergic. And then if you looked straight up, the sunlight poured in through the leaves and you almost felt like you were in another world.
初めて座ったよ
This is the first time I've ever actually sat on one of these benches.
なかなかいいだろ
It's pretty nice, right? It is. It's lovely.
だよな
Yeah, it really is.
だからなの
So, is that why?
え
Huh?
この時間とか昼休みとかよくこ
Well,
こにい
you
る
come
でし
here
ょ
an awful lot, right? Like, even after school and during summer vacation?
おう
I sure do.
この場所
So,
好きな
you
の
must really like this place then, huh?
まあね
Yeah, yes I do.
か。
Oh, well then, there we go. The leaves rustled as a gentle breeze blew between us. They were both silent for a bit, but strangely, it didn't feel awkward or uncomfortable.
引かないのか
So, are we going to ask?
Eh?
Ask what?
いつも一人で
What I'm
何して
always
んだ
doing here by myself or something?
この場所が好きだから、
You're always here because you like
い
this
つも
spot,
ここ
right?
にいるんだよね。
そうだけどさ
Well, yeah.
他に
Is
何
there
か
some
理由
other
があっ
reason
ないよ
then? Not really. So what would be
た
the
じゃ
point
あ
of me
聞く必
asking?
要ない。
そうだけど
Well, you've got
ほ
me
ら
there.
普通
But
聞くだ
people
ろ
normally ask me if
一
it's
人で
boring
そん
being
な
here by
んつまらな
myself
くないか
or
とか
tell
意
me
味
they
わか
don't
んね
get
え
it
とか
or
変わっ
say
てる
I'm
な
a weirdo or something.
Weirdo.
Weirdo.
そんなこと思うの
I
か
don't know.
He's a great piece
こ
of
こが
weirdo.
好きなら一人でいるって別に変じゃないよね。
He do not belong here.
Thanks. Really? I don't know. I guess I don't think of it that way. The way I see it, if you like it here, then why not come here whenever you can?
お
Guess that makes you the weirdo then.
え
What? What?
I just scrolled past a part in this training that's supposed to say annual and it said anal and it was a typo and it's funny.
Definitely getting your money's worth with that, you know? What?
前いや
Like,
そんな
make
顔し
sure
な
you
くても
update the list
今のは
anally.
俺的
Okay.
褒め
Update
言
the
葉
list anally. And don't make that face. Coming from me, that's a compliment.
え
What, to update the list
変わ
anally?
ってる
Didn't
わそ
see.
んなこと
Yeah. What? Calling someone a weirdo is supposed to be a compliment?
そう
You
そう
bet it is.
なん
I'm not sure I buy that.
も
You're mean. The expression on Sakasa's face was a dead giveaway that he really enjoyed talking to me. I've always loved the feeling I get when I know my words help brighten someone's day. I must have been sporting one hell of a goofy smile at that moment.
本当はさ
Actually, there's a place at this
こ
school
の
that I
学校
like
で
even
も
more
っと
than
好き
here.
な
Oh,
どんなところ
what's that?
秘密
I'm not telling you.
え
What?
とっておきだから
It's
な
my special place.
ってことは
What was
そこも
that?
超素敵な場所なんだよね。
I've been bouncing.
Yeah, I know you've been bouncing, but I
I'm
don't know.
breaking the couch.
It sounded like it was a bottle, like, you know how it's like when you hold a bottle and you're drinking out of it and like,
Yeah, and then it pops back open.
yeah, that's what it sounded like, and I was like, when did you have a bottle up there?
I don't have a bottle. Which means it must be a totally awesome place, right? Yep.
いいな。
I really
ど
want
こ
to
気
see
になる
it.
よ。
Come on. No way.
ダメそ
I
う簡
can't
単
spell
に
things
は
that
教えない
easy. Besides,
それに
the view there isn't
いつでも
nearly
見
as
れるっても
consistent.
司君は笑いなが
My
ら
friend
紙パッ
Sakasa
クの
finished
ジ
up
ュー
his
スを
drink and then grabbed an empty trash can and carried it to the dumpster for me.
コーヒーをおごってもらったしな
You treated me to this
ついで
coffee,
に
so
教室
please
まで
allow
運んで
me
や
to
るよ
take this up to the classroom for you.
いい
What?
の
Are you sure?
あ
You bet.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
あ、私
I'm in
4組だ
class,
ろ
class
知ってる
4
よ
if I'm not mistaken.
シシドユイっつった
You're
ら
the
有
famous
名
Yui
だから
Shishido
な
after all.
どうして
How did you?
今から先生みたいな女子がいるって12クラス全部で有名だよ
It's either a huge compliment or a huge
私と
insult.
司君は何度か中庭で会っては
Coming from him, I mean,
校舎の中ではすれ違ってもほとんど
Could
話
be
すこ
both
と
at
が
the
ない
same time.
yeah.
中庭
From
で
then
は
on,
不思議
Sakasa
な
and I met
話
in
が
that
弾
courtyard many times. We didn't really talk in the halls, but something about that place spurred our conversation.
お
Cafe
お
au
前
lait
コー
again.
ヒー
Yep.
好きすぎだろコ
Doesn't
ー
that
ヒ
get a
ー牛
little
乳
old?
そんなことない
Not really.
1日に最低
You
2
drink
本は
at
飲
least
ん
two
で
a
るく
day
せに
though, right?
なんで知ってるの
Hey, how did you know that?
自販機でいつもそ
See
れ
there
買っ
with
てる
my
の
own eyes. There's a perfect
Kokara
view of the
ni.
vending machine from here after all.
え
There is?
ほらそっち見てみ
Yeah. I mean, it's right there. Right there, Yui. Right there.
本当だ
Oh wow, no kidding.
昼休みも放
Doesn't
課後も
matter if it's after school or
いつ
summer
も
break.
シシドがコーヒ
Shishido
ー
buying
牛乳
cafe
買って
au
る
lait
の
is like old
バ
faithful.
ッチリ見てた
Could
よ
sit your watch by it.
そんなことを
Well,
言っ
then I
たら
guess we're even since I
私だって
always see you sitting
司
on this
君が
bench.
ここのベンチ
いや知ってるけど
What, you're back on that again?
あと
Sure am.
お互い
Yes, I just find it interesting that we both took notice of each other's quirky habits.
なんだそれ
Weirdo.
中庭での
Our
会話は
conversations in the courtyard were usually just silly. It was like talking to a good friend
教
in
室で
class.
友達と繰
Shallow,
り広げる
but
会話みた
genuinely
いに
enjoyable.
あ
Boop.
まり中身がなくてでも
ボー
この場所夏でも結構涼しいね
It's always so cool here, even in summer.
夏とか言うな。
Don't mention summer.
あれ夏嫌い
Why? You don't like it?
夏季講習が目前に迫ってたら誰でも嫌い
I'd
に
be
な
enough to
る
make
だろう。
anyone run for the fucking hills. I guess so, but
Ah,
we're
ne.
seniors now.
私たち3年生だもんね
It's time for fun and
夏だからって遊んではいられ
the
ない
time for fun and games is over. That's a fucking sentence and a half.
お前は随分と楽しそうだけ
I
ど
don't know. You seem like you're still having a lot of fun to me.
私は夢に近づいて
Because
る
I'm a bit of
っ
a
て実
special
感できて
case.
嬉しいよ
I'm just happy because I feel like my dream might actually come true. Oh.
私ね人
I
に
just
勉強を
enjoy
教え
teaching
るのが好
things
き
to
なん
people
だ
and having others
頼られるのも
to
好き
なんで
Why is that?
お姉さんに
I
なっ
guess it
た
makes
感
me
じ
feel
が
like
す
a
る
big
から
sister
か
or
な
something.
ほら私一人
Since
っ
I'm
子
an
だ
only
し
child, you know.
あ
Could have fixed that. You could have just used that fucking what was that fucking invention I came up with in that Jackbox game that we did recently? The Instapreg.
Instapreg. Yeah. What was that even made for? What does Instapreg help with?
Because some guy, some person's husband kept taking her birth control, and she wanted him to stop.
Yeah.
And she wanted him to stop. Or wait, no.
Yeah. It was.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was. My husband keeps taking my birth control. Please design something that will help me stop this from happening. And Cryptic was like, okay, Instapreg. Little tablets filled with sperm that make you pregnant instantly.
And they're demon sperm, so you know they it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you got. You will get pregnant.
Yeah.
Your husband may have the Antichrist, but at least he'll stop taking your birth
Stop
control.
taking your birth control pills. Okay. Well, good luck with that then.
Also, you know, if your husband's taking your birth control, considering that, you know, it's either estrogen or steroids, you might want to just sit down and have a talk.
Yeah.
And make sure you're using the right pronouns for your spouse, because might not be your husband.
Welcome back, Raid.
Instapreg.
Instapreg. Wow, that was about as dismissive a comment as you can get.
だって人
It's
事
not
だ
like
し
I
な
can do anything about it, you know.
そんなことを言いな
Despite
が
his
ら
occasional bullishness, I felt that Sakasa was kind, so
だって
nothing else, he never
私の
actually
夢を
laughed at my
笑った
dream.
りはし先生になりたい
And in a high school crowd, most people don't take you very
大抵の人
seriously
は
when
笑
you
っ
say
た
you're
り
trying to
茶
become a
化し
teacher.
たけど司
Yeah,
君
usually you
は
get fucking
一度も
laughed at.
笑わない
Yeah, so why do you want to come back here? Fuck's wrong with you?
It's like, why do you want to come back here and only make slightly more than a fucking burger fry cook at like a McDonald's? I don't get it.
I don't get it. I'm glad you got it done eventually, though, Raid. Sakasa just wasn't like most people, I guess. The season was quickly turned into autumn. After the school day ended, the senior floor was always a lot more quieter than its underclassmen counterparts. Everyone was off studying hard at the library or with tutors. So one day, thinking no one else was around, I sat down in a lonely corner of the hallway. Initially, I had grabbed my shoes and left the classroom, intending to head home, but along the way I just started crying. I was overwhelmed. My sobs echoed from one end of the hallway to the other.
この日
That
私
day,
は
I
無
had
事に
finally
志望校
received
の
special
推薦を
recommendation to my top choice
嬉し
university.
くて仕方が
I
な
was
かった
so
私は
excited.
すぐに
I
友達に
just
報
wanted
告
to
した
tell someone.
けれど
So I told my
いつ
friend
もなら
Tomoe,
手放
but
しで
her
喜ぶ
usually supportive demeanor took on a
ふと
somewhat
表情を
harsher
変え
edge.
私の前でそんなこと言うん
Quit
だ
rubbing it in my face.
まだ
You know
私
I'm
は
still totally
夢
undecided
も
about
何
my
も決ま
future,
ってない
right?
のに
Sounds like a personal
私
problem.
はひど
That
く
is
シ
a
ョック
personal
を
problem
受
and
け
you
た
should not be a dick to someone because you haven't decided what you want to
友え
do.
は
Just
す
be
ぐ
happy
にハ
for
ッと
them.
したように目を見
Fuck's
開
sake.
き慌てて謝
My
った
expression must have changed pretty drastically. Tomoe's eyes suddenly widened and she quickly
だから
apologized.
私も笑って
So I smiled
気
and
にし
told
て
her I
ないよ
didn't
っ
care.
て
That's what I said
そう言
anyway.
った気にしてないわけ
But
が
how couldn't I care? Tomoe's
Tomoe
dismissive
の
words
言葉
struck
と
me like a
表情
dagger
が
to my chest.
私
I'm so
考えなしだったのかな
sometimes.
他のみんな
I
も
wonder if everyone else feels the same about me. I kept wiping the tears from my eyes, only for new ones to take their place immediately. Why didn't I think of this sooner? So many people were still facing uncertain futures with no real goals in mind, and I was completely oblivious to it. I was the one with a dream, running around like the cock of the walk and blabbing about my successes and aspirations. I wouldn't blame them if they hated me. Could someone that insensitive to the feelings of so many other people really become a teacher? Did I ever even have what it takes to begin with?
Shishido?
Shishido.
声をかけら
I
れて
quickly
振り
turned
向くと
towards the voice that had
そ
called
こ
out
に
to
は
me and found
司
Tsukasa
くんが立
standing
って
there.
いつもは廊下であ
I'd
っても
never said a
言
word
葉を
before
交わ
when
すこと
passing
なん
each
て
other
な
in
い
the hall, but he
こ
spoke
の
to
日
me
は
that day with no
ごく自
reservations,
然に声を
as
か
if
け
we
て
were
くれ
old
た
chums.
司
Tsukasa,
すごい顔だぞ
your face is a
ハンカチ
mess.
は
Do you have a handkerchief?
持ってる
Yeah.
じゃあ
Then wipe
顔
your
拭け
face. Okay.
司くんが戸惑っている空気が
Tsukasa's
ひし
concealed
ひしと
confusion
伝
was
わって
clearly
きた
written on his face.
彼を困らせたくなかったから私はこぼれ落ちていこうとする
何かあったのか
Did something happen? No.
何も
Everything's
ない
fine.
わ
何かあったから
You're
そんな
crying
に
an
泣いて
awful
んだ
lot for someone who's got no problems.
これは
No, it's
その
just there was a little
友達と
misunderstanding
ちょっと
between a
気ま
friend
ず
and
くなっ
I.
ちゃうでも
But
す
we
ぐに
patched it
仲
up
直
right
りし
away,
たから
so
大丈夫
it's alright. Really,
これはさ
these are
あそう
you know
嬉し
something like
涙
just a
み
happiness,
た
I
いなもの
guess.
ふん
Oh.
嬉し涙って言えば
See,
ね
I just found out that I got that
推
reference.
薦枠に入れるこ
I'm
とに
not
なっ
sure if I did it out of respect for Tsukasa, or just because I wanted to change the subject, but I cut myself off mid-sentence. I think that was that. Well, what was I thinking? Now even Tsukasa was going to hate me for being a bragger. Hell, I hated myself. I was the worst, just the worst. But,
マジか
what, really? He was happy for me. A bit taken aback, I nodded firmly.
やったじゃんか
You
お
did
め
it
でと
then.
う
Congrats. Yeah, thanks.
お
Well,
ありがと
thank you.
だから
So what's
なんで泣
the
くんだよ
waterworks?
まだ推
You
薦
got
枠
the
が決まったっ
recommendation,
て
you
だ
still have to
けで
take an entrance
推
exam,
薦入
right?
試
Yeah.
嬉し泣きするほど喜ぶにはまだ早い
Isn't it a little early to be crying tears of joy? Yeah, maybe
う
so.
そうだでもそうや
I
っ
was just
てお
really
めで
happy
とうっ
that
て
you
言ってもらえた
congratulated
から
me. Oh, come on now.
ごめんね
Sorry.
何が
Are you destroying the place?
I knocked over my water, but it was better than the alternative.
He's destroying the place. For what?
泣いたりして
For crying like this.
わかんない
Without even knowing why.
そう思ってんのか
If you don't know why you're doing it, then how about you hurry up and dry those eyes? Sure. I think I'm fine now anyway.
たく
I swear. As I rubbed my swollen eyes, a smile broke through, and Tsukasa let out an exasperated sigh. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his eyes lit up.
そうだシシド
Oh, hey,
ちょっと
wait
待って
a
ろ
second. Huh? Okay. What are you doing?
Trying to look in my computer.
He's been a fucking numbskull.
I'm sorry.
There's a fucking tortilla-shaped lump rolling about the floor in front of me doing things. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Okay. See, now that I can actually hear the sound alerts, I'm like, woo,
Whoa.
woo, woo.
Just as long as you don't break my chair.
I'll do my best not to make the joke. Tsukasa ran into his classroom, quickly reappearing in the hall again just moments later. He was holding something.
お前にこれやるよ
What?
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 Never mind.
I wasn't fucking talking to you! Here, I want you to have this. A pencil? And his outstretched hand rested a short, stubby little pencil. Not the sort of thing you'd expect someone to build their way to lend you. It was pocked here and there with small scratches, but it still seemed to be in relatively decent shape considering how obviously well worn it was.
受験必勝鉛
It's a
筆
pencil for guaranteed success.
Would you like battery acid?
Yes, please. Guaranteed success?
これ使うと試験
Use
に
it
受
on
かる
your
んだよ
test and you'll pass for sure.
え
What? on, really?
ああ
Yep.
如月学園に受かるのは難しいって言われてた俺がこれ使って受かったんだから間違いないよ
And I owe it all to this pencil.
じゃあこれ
So
司が
this
高
is
校
the same
入
pencil
試
you
の
were
時
using
に
back
使っ
when
た
you did
鉛
your high
筆
school
なんだ
application tests.
そう経験新たかな鉛筆だぜ
霊言新たか
Been delivered battery acid by the tortilla.
And have been delivered battery acid.
By the tortilla?
I assume you mean worked out a miracle, right? Not that that's a thing either.
ああそれだ
Yeah, that. At any rate,
So
I
let's
should happily take you up on your kind
あ
offer.
りがとう
Thank you.
言っとくけど
Well, listen,
貸す
I'm
の
only
は
lending
推
it to
薦
you
入
until
試
you
まで
finish
だ
the
から
test.
な
Afterwards,
一
you have
般
to
入
give
試
it
の
back
時は
so
俺
I
が
can
使
use
う
it
か
for my
ら
entrance
返しても
exams.
らう
What?
The fucking pencil.
Pencil, yeah.
Just a fucking pencil.
Okay.
だから
Whatever you do, don't fail the exam. Right.
鉛筆を受け取り
I took the
笑顔で
pencil and nodded, smiling. This time,
今度は
Tsukasa replied my
司
smile.
人の気持ちまで勝手に
You're a
思
really
い
unique
描く
person, you know that. It's hard to believe how much you let other people's problems get to you. You'll make an amazing teacher. What? For a moment, I had no idea what he was talking about, but then it hit me. Tsukasa had somehow sussed out from our conversation that I was crying because I'd upset Tomoe. And he was turning that fact around to offer me encouragement.
頑張れよ
Good luck. Don't let it get to you.
頑張れ
I judge you should push someone left in
辛い
pain
時
to
には
stress
プ
as
レ
it
ッ
just
シャー
adds
にな
more
るから
pressure.
言っちゃダメ
That's why people tell actors to break a leg instead.
けれど私は
I didn't care.
この優しい
As
言
we all
葉
know,
が
I
大好
cherish
きだ
his
った
kind words.
私
I'll do my best, Tsukasa.
頑張るね
お
Glad to hear it.
この日から私は
That's when I
ど
really
んどん
started to fall
司
for
くん
him.
に惹かれていった
No, he's not capable of being sneaky.
彼は全
But
然
it
そっけ
didn't
なく
seem
て
like he noticed,
ちっとも
and there
見
wasn't
ても
really any indication that he felt the same way anyway. I can still clearly recall the events of that day, even now. It was October, the day before my entrance exam. The weather outside had been miserable since morning and visibility was all but non-existent. It would be a bad omen if I were to slip and fall on the day before the exam, so I decided I'd wear boots to school, just to be safe.
行ってきます
See you later! Huh? When I opened the door, I was shocked to see a white-haired old woman lying on the ground, soaked to the bone. I frantically rushed over to her side.
おばあさん
Are you okay?
しっかりしてください
Stay with me,
どう
come
したんです
on.
か
Tell me what happened.
まさか
Was it a
ひ
hidden
き逃げ
log?
とか
The road running by my house was narrow and mostly only used by our neighbours. But it's not like it was closed off to the outside traffic or anything, so a hit and run wasn't out of the question. Enough, Miss Yui. Are you tired of the Miss Yui section? Give us the murder man. Yeah. I looked over the old woman's body as best I could. Fortunately, there were no signs of any serious injury.
よかっ
It doesn't seem like a car accident, at least. Young lady.
たはい
Yes? You must not go to school today. What? You absolutely must not go. The old woman raised herself up slightly and spoke hoarsely. From the tone on her voice, she seemed terribly
あ
desperate.
の
But
だけど
I have to. Today's my last chance to practice for a college entrance exam interview. No. Stay home. Don't go.
そういうわけには
I
いか
have
ない
to
の
go. The
面
interview
接は
is the
私
part of
が
the
一
exam
番
I'm
苦
most
手
at.
とするそれよりおばあ
Please
ちゃ
tell
ん
me
どう
what's
したの
wrong. Where's your
うちの人
family?
は
Will you?
え
Will I?
どうしても
Will you go?
行くというの
No matter
か
what.
うん
Yeah. In that case, please. Not knowing what to say, I nodded apprehensively at the old woman. As the old woman began digging through her pockets. See, joke's on you, I can't hear Stickles. The old woman began digging through her pockets. She produced what looked to be a crumpled scrap of paper. As she was digging around, I noticed that her breathing had become dangerously ragged and began considering my options to assist her. I know, big sad face. Really, I should have gone back into the house and called my mom, but there was something about her that just kept me glued to the spot. I sensed desperation hiding in that unbroken gaze. You must take this. What is it? A charm.
お守り
A charm? The old woman clutched my wrist and forcefully pressed the scrap of paper into my palm. Tilting my head, I unfolded the scrap and looked carefully at it. At first, I thought I'd just been handed a piece of trash. What? But when I unfolded it all the way, I saw that it was actually a paper doll in the shape of a human being. And there was a name written on its torso. Yui Shishiro. Yes, my name. Written plain as day in easily legible
どう
brushstrokes.
して私の
Why
名
is
前
my name on it?
守りだから
So
じ
it
ゃ
can protect you. Huh?
守る
You
対象
don't
の
write
名を
the name
書
of
か
the
ねば
person you wish to
身
protect.
代わりには
The
ならん
charm
だろ
won't work. Crazy. This was all crazy. I didn't understand any of it save for one simple fact. This old woman was here specifically to give me this strange paper charm. As far as I was aware, we were total strangers to one another. But she clearly knew both my name and my address. No. No. I'm sorry. I know you came a long way to give this to
私
me, but
これ
I don't want it.
いらない
You don't want it?
あ
As I extended my arm to return the paper doll, I could sense her entire demeanour had changed. She raised her body up unsteadily from the wet asphalt. Why not? Well,
わしが
I
身を
nearly killed myself for
連
doing
れ
this
てやっ
to you.
ているの
Oh,
に
I will not listen
な
to
ぜ
me.
誰受
You
け
must
取らぬな
not
ら
enter Heavenly Host
絶対に
Elementary
天神
without
症に
this
してお
charm.
れ
天神症
Heavenly Host Elementary?
そうじゃ
Yes.
行くな
You must
行く
not
な
go. Don't go! As the old woman cried out, the paper doll fluttered lightly to the ground. Almost instantaneously, it became soaked through with rainwater, and my name began to run, and quickly turned into an illegible black smudge. Seeing this, the old woman grabbed and tore at her hair. It's the only future you. I don't think so. Well, I don't think so. I know who this is, but for the sake of not spoiling things for the game, I will not tell you who it is.
うわ
Oh, the charm!
お守り
Where?
が
It's been long.
おばあちゃん
Ma'am,
What's
please calm down.
よいか
Listen,
絶対
you must not go to Heavenly Host Elementary.
待っておばあちゃん
I think
私
it's
の
a
学校は
mistake. My
如
school is
月学園だ
Kisaragi
よ
Academy High. I
天神症なんて
couldn't
知らない
help Heavenly Host Elementary.
おばあちゃん
Ma'am?
大変
Oh God.
お母さん
Mom?
大
Mom, come back.
変どうしたの
What's wrong?
家の前でおばあちゃんが倒れてる救急車呼んで
Call an ambulance.
分かったわ
Okay. Paramedics arrived in a matter of minutes. The old woman seemed to be unconscious by that point, however, so the EMTs brought out a
お二
stretcher.
人はこの方の関係者ですか
Do either of you know this woman?
いいえ
No,
家
she
の前
just
で倒れて
collapsed
いたので
outside
救
our
急車を呼んだん
house.
です
I've never
身元は
seen
分か
her
りません
before.
そうですか
Alright.
では付き添いで乗車
Did
は
you
されません
want to
か
ride with her in the ambulance? The idea of making this old woman go to the hospital by herself just seemed like it would have been a shameful thing to do. Sure, she was a stranger, but we had a lengthy conversation mere minutes before, so I couldn't very well say we had nothing to do with one another.
ゆいあんたは学
You,
校
you
行っ
need
と
to
いて
get to school.
でも
What? But
この方にはお
don't
母さ
worry,
んが
I'll
つい
go
て
up to
る
the
わ
hospital.
あん
You
た
have
は
to
今
practice for the
日
interview
面
today,
接
right?
の例
Yeah, I guess I do.
それじゃあお母さん
Thanks,
お
Mom.
願い
I'll leave her with you then.
Yeah.
Good luck. I was a little hesitant, but I knew I really had to go to school today, no matter what. So I left the strange woman in my mum's care and, heading towards the school, walked right by her stretcher. Suddenly a hand rose from the limp form of the old woman and grabbed my skirt. Startled, I tried to jump away, but found myself ensnared by her terrible bloodshot eyes. You must not go! to school, once my final practice interview had concluded, I reunited with my friends and engaged in the usual regimen of gossip and small
っ
talk.
てことがあってね。
Can you believe that?
怖
Oh,
い。
that's really scary.
何よそれ。
What was wrong with her? When I displayed the events of that morning, everyone's eyebrows rose. They were hanging on my every word and yelping in unison at key
ゆ
moments.
い、今日は家でおとなしくし
Maybe
て
you
おけ
should
ばよ
have
かっ
stayed
たんじゃ
home
ない？
today after all.
だって今日
Well,
は
I
面
had
接の最後の
that
練習があ
practice
るから
interview.
どうし
I
ても
couldn't miss that, you know.
何か起きな
I
い？
just hope nothing bad happens.
やだ、やめてよ。
Oh,
何も
come
起きないっ
on.
て。
What could happen? Oh,
思
you
い
know
出した。
what?
天神症って言葉が
When
ちょっと引っか
you
かってたんだけ
mentioned
どさ、
Heavenly Host Elementary,
七不思
I
議に出
thought
て
it
くるんだよ
sounded
ね。
kind of
天
familiar,
神症。
and I just realized why. You know the Seven Wonders, right?
七不思議って
Seven
うちの
wonders.
学校に
You
伝
mean
わ
those
る
urban
如
legends
月
about
学園
Kisaragi?
七そうそう。
Yeah, those.
天神症って
Does Heavenly Host Elementary have some connection to them?
放課後のよしえさんって
One
い
of
う
the
んだけ
stories
ど
I've
聞い
heard
た
is
ことない。
called Yoshi After School. Ever heard of it?
知らない。
Definitely not.
私も知らないよ。
I've never heard of
ど
it
んな
either.
話なの？
What's it about?
如月学園が建てられる
Well,
前に
it takes
この場
place
所
at
にあっ
Heavenly
た
Host Elementary,
天神小
which
学校での
once
話なんだ
occupied
け
the
ど
same
さ。
plot of land where Kisaragi Academy now stands. Ah, okay.
その天神小
It
学
said
校
that one day after school, a female teacher who'd been
校舎
patrolling
の
the
見
grounds
回りをし
slipped
てい
and
た
fell
女
down
の
the
先
stairs
生が
and died.
その日は10
The
月
accident
の
took place on a rainy October day just
ちょ
like
うど
this
今日
one,
みたいに雨
in
が
a
降る
pub
放課
just
後で
after 7 at night.
こういう日は
And
よしえさんが出るんだって
Yoshi still appears on days like this.
天神小学校がなくなって
Ever
しまった
unaware
こと
that
に
she
気
died
づい
at
てい
Heavenly
ないよ
Host
しえ
these
さ
many
んは
years ago?
如月学園の廊下を見回って歩いているんだよ。
Oh,
それ
come
本当？
on. No. Is it true?
ま
No,
あ
it wouldn't be one of the
実際
seven
見た
wonders
こと
if
がある
someone
人
had
がいるか
actually
ら
seen it
七不
happen,
思議にな
right?
ってる。
That's really creepy.
ゆい、
Why don't you head home, Yui?
もう帰ったら
You're the only one who doesn't live nearby, so I can't walk with you.
ちょっと気になる
And
し。
given the stuff that old woman
Yui
said to
だけ
you,
だね。お年寄りの
yeah,
忠
it's
告は
always
聞いておく
best
もん
to
だ
heed
よ。
the warnings of the elderly.
そうだね。
You might be right.
なんかゾワゾワしてき
I
ち
am
ゃっ
still
たし。
feeling kind of on edge.
もう帰ろうかな。
Probably best I go home and check in with Mum.
それじゃあ先に
I'll
帰
see
る
you guys
ね。
later
バイバイ
then. Bye.
バイバイ。
See ya.
気をつけてね。
Take care.
明日。
Give it
Fight
everything
だ
you've
よ。
got tomorrow. I will.
私は
I
慌
quickly
てて
packed
荷
up
物を
my
ま
things
と
and
め
rushed out of the
教室時
classroom.
刻は
It was
夕方
already
5
about
時になった
5. It was getting dark out, but if Hannah's
外は
story
薄
was to
暗
be
くなってきてい
believed,
るけ
I
れ
hadn't
ど
dosed seven before
階
anything
段の
bad
7
might
時まで
happen.
にだから怖がる
As
必
I
要なんて
continued
な
making
い
my way down the corridor, I just kept
そう
telling
自
myself
分に
there's
言い聞か
nothing
せ
to
て
be afraid of.
それでも
Even
下駄
so,
箱に
it
たどり
felt
着く
like
ま
it
での
took
時
an
間
extra
が
long
やけ
time
に
to
長
reach
く
the
感
shoe
じられ
lockers.
た。あーダメだ。
And I'm such a scaredy cat.
お
Oh, hey,
よし
Shishiro.
指導。
つかさくん。
Casa.
今は帰りか？
At home. Yep.
なんだよその満面の笑みは。
It's
なんで
nothing.
もない
Hey, why don't we walk
ね
together?
途
At
中ま
least
で一緒に
part of
帰
it.
ろうよ。
おああいいけ
Sure,
ど。
I don't mind.
やった。つ
Great.
かさくんの顔を見た
When I
ら
looked at
一
Sakasa's
瞬
face,
だ
my
け
fear
だけど
vanished.
怖かったの
I've
が
got
吹き
fun
飛ん
a
だ。
moment.
こうい
These
う
are the
時
times when it's
男
really
の
nice
子っ
to
て
have
す
boys
ごく
around,
頼
I
りにな
thought.
ってそばにいてくれる
I felt that as long as he
心
was by
強
my
いなって
side, nothing bad could
無条
happen.
件もちろん
Didn't hurt that I had a crush on him, of course.
雨は朝よりも
The
弱
rain had
ま
lit
っ
up
てき
since
た
that morning, though it was
そ
still
の
coming
中を
down.
私た
The
ち
two
は
of us
傘を
walked
差
side
しな
by
がら
side, umbrellas held high.
司くんとは
Sakasa
たわい
was
もない
talking and
話
laughing
でそ
excitedly
こ
the
そこ
whole
笑った
time,
りもしたけど
whereas I probably
で
came
も
off as
私は
preoccupied and
ど
I'm
こか
sure
ぎ
it
こ
was
ちなか
awful.
得体の知れない
A vague
恐怖
sense
み
of
たい
fear
なもの
flickered
がち
inside
ら
me,
ついて
and it was making
い
me
つもと
extraordinarily
これまで自
self-conscious.
信はなかった
I'm certain it must have been reflected in my behaviour.
シシド
Shishiro?
ん
なんかお前
You look
顔
kind
色
of
悪いぞ。
pale.
どうか
Did
した？
something happen?
おい
Hey.
実は
Yeah, something
怖い
scary
ことが
happened.
怖いこと。
Something scary?
私の様子があま
I
りにお
probably
かし
seemed
かった
really
の
on
か
edge.
司
Sakasa
君
was
が
staring at
心
me
な
with
しか
this
表情
look
を
of
怖が
abject
らせて
concern on
私
his
を
face.
真剣に話を聞いてくれ
I
ようと
was a
してい
little
るのを
relieved that
見
he'd
た
asked though, and it
私
felt
は
good to
ち
tell
ょっ
him
と
about what
嬉しい
happened.
今抱えている
I
恐
filled
怖
him in on
を
all the
できる
details
こと
and
なら
explained
司
how
君と
he
共有したかっ
Picasso's
た
story.
だから
I did my
私は
absolute
今
best
朝
to
会っ
convey the dread I was
か
feeling.
だけど司くんは
But Tsukasa was, well,
は
the seven
Nana
wonders
Fushigi.
of Kisaragi High, huh?
うん
Yeah.
あ、
So you
七不思
actually
議を信
believe
じ
in
るな
that
んて
stuff?
夢があってい
Sometimes
い
I
な。
wish I could see the world through your eyes. What?
うん
司くんは
You don't think it's
怖くない
scary?
の？
怖いっ
It's
ていう
weird,
か
sure, but I wouldn't
妙
call it
だ
scary.
とは思うけど
And I wouldn't worry about what
で
that
も
old woman said to you.
その謎の
I'm
ばあ
sure
ちゃん
it's
と
just a
七不思議なん
coincidence.
でも
But
あんま深く
we
考
maybe
えない
better
方が
not to
いいんじゃ
dwell
ね
on it either way.
そのばあちゃんは
I
確か
mean,
に気
yeah,
味
your
悪い
encounter
けど
with her
さ
sounds like it was
ちょ
kind
っ
of
と変わっ
unsettling.
た人だっただけ
She
だろ
was probably just a little off, you know.
そういうんじゃなく
That's
て
not the issue here.
え
Uh-huh.
解決方法を
I
教
wasn't
えてほし
asking
かっ
you
た
to
わ
solve
け
my
じゃない。
problems for me.
あのね、
Look, I just wanted
私
to
は
vent,
話を
okay?
聞いて
I
ほし
just
かった
wanted you to
だけなの。
listen.
話なら
What do
聞い
you
たじゃん
mean
か
that's what I've been doing?
だから
No,
そうじゃなくて
not like that.
わか
I
ん
don't
ねえ
get
よ
it. Are you
なん
angry
か
about
怒
something?
って
男の子ってこういう考え方をする人によるのかも
Varies
しれ
from
ないけ
person
ど
to person, of course,
Dem-
but guys
女
just
子とは違って
invariably jump
す
right
ぐに
into
こう
looking
す
for
ればいい
solutions
じゃ
to
んっ
your
て
problem
解決法を
or
提
giving
示し
you
ちゃうんだ
advice on what to
結
do.
果
Oops.
女子は言いたいことが言えない
What?
消化不良になってしまう
Yeah, you. As a result, girls often can't be totally honest with them, or don't want to be at any rate, and are just forced to bottle up their feelings.
私は
I only wanted
司君
Tsukasa
と
to
恐
share
怖
in some
を共有
of
し
my
たかった
feels. If you were scared with me, that would have
司
been
君が
enough.
この時の私は
I didn't realise then that
気にするなって
Tsukasa telling me
こ
not
と
to
が
worry was his way of
司
showing
君の気
concern.
遣いだった
I just thought he was brushing me off, and frankly,
めんど
that
くさ
annoys
い
me.
朝に見たおばあさ
My
んの
mind
顔
flashed
が
back over and
目
over
が
to the
し
face,
わがれた
the
声が
eyes, and the
何
false
度も
voice
頭
of
の
that
中で
old
それ
woman.
が怪談話で増幅されてじわ
Amplified
じわ
and
と
distorted
私の
by
気
the
持
ghost
ちを暗
story,
くした
these images gradually darkened
あ
my
んな
mood.
に怖い思いをしたんだ
Maybe
か
I
ら
was traumatized by the events I'd experienced,
Yes,
or
当たりの気
maybe
持
I
ち
was just
もあったんだ
frustrated and needed to lash out. I don't know.
私と司君
But
は
for the first time
こ
ever,
の時初
things
め
had
て
become
気まずい
decidedly
雰
uncomfortable
囲気
between
に
the two of
そ
us.
れじゃ
Okay,
Watashi
well,
こっちだ
this is me.
おう
Right.
獅子堂
Shishido. He called out my name as I briskly walked away. I didn't really know why I was so angry or confused, but I did notice that his voice was tinged with concern.
なんかあったら
If anything should happen, feel free to contact me. I considered turning back for a second, but changed my mind and pushed forward in a huff, leaving him behind.
ただいま
I'm home.
ゆい
Yay, welcome back.
うん
Greeting me at the door, my mother wore a somber expression. I could tell right away that something had happened. I stared at her with scorched eyebrows for an awkwardly long time before she eventually, reluctantly opened her
今
mouth to
朝
speak.
のおばあさんね
About that old woman from the small mine? Yeah,
さっき亡く
the
なっ
hospital contacted me.
た
She
病院から
passed
連
away a
絡
short
が
while.
嘘
No,
残念なことだけど
I'm so sorry.
あなたは
You need to stay
明日
focused
の
on
推
tomorrow's
薦入
exam
試
right
の
now
こと
though. Yeah,
じゃ
we
ああの
should
おばあ
put
さ
this
んの話は
unpleasantness
これ
behind
で終
us.
わり
I'm getting dinner started now, so
さ
how
ご
about
飯
you
に
will
する
get
から
changed?
分かった
Okay,
それじゃあ
I'll be in my room.
私
I'll call you.
お母さんがキッチン
I
に
watched my mom work her way back to the kitchen, and then wriggled out of my
も
shoes.
ぞもぞと
My mood had darkened even more.
司君にあんな態度を
Tsukasa
取って
attitude
しまっ
was
ただ
bad
けで
enough,
も
but
嫌な気
for
分だ
that
った
old woman to have died?
あのおばあち
Returning
ゃ
to
ん
my
が
room, I couldn't muster the energy to do anything but collapse into my chair and sprawl out on the desk. You must not go! The last thing the old woman had said to me echoed again and again in my mind. I began wishing I'd taken her more seriously. I should have accepted the paper doll and thanked her. I should have reassured her that I wouldn't go to Heavenly Ghost Elementary. I mean, the place didn't even exist anymore, for goodness sake. I was exhausted. It was a hell of a day and I no longer even had the energy to move. I needed to change out of my school clothes, but still sprawled out over the desk, my eyelids drooped and closed. I was out. I awoke with a start. The air in my room had gotten noticeably cooler, and I was shivering.
ちょっと
I must have fallen asleep. Rubbing my eyes, I glanced at my clock. Needles indicated that it was 6:45.
もうこんな時間
It's this late already? It was black outside my window, streaked with lines from the still pouring rain.
明日は晴れると
I
いい
sure hope it's sunny tomorrow. Sunny for my exam. The weight of what the next day held for me came rushing into my mind. I'd practiced the interview process with my teachers quite thoroughly, but I was still really nervous.
そうだ
Okay,
明日のよう
I
に
need to make sure I'm ready for tomorrow. There was still a little time before dinner. My mind swimming, I decided to take this opportunity to clean out all the notes and textbooks I wouldn't need from tomorrow from my bag.
残しておく
Let's
も
see.
のは
Student ID needs to stay, obviously. Handkerchief and tissues.
受験票も忘れ
I'll
ず
make sure I
に
don't forget my
で
exam ticket. Oh, my pen case. Huh?
嘘
Oh, crap,
case
what's my
がない
pen case?
Oh, Spirit's ass.
Oh,
忘
my
れ
ass.
てきちゃっ
Did I leave it at school?
たさーっと
Up
血
his
の
ass.
気が引いた
My face suddenly went pale.
別に筆記用具で困ったわけじゃない家にはいくらでも代わりがあるんだけど
But that
あの
case
中
held
には
pencil that
司
Tsukasa
くん
had
か
given
ら
me for
借りた
guaranteed
受
success on
験
my
費取
exam.
ってこなくちゃ
I have to go get it.
お母さん私ちょ
Hey,
っと
Mom,
学校
I've
に
got
忘れ
something
物
at
取りに行
school,
ってく
so
る
I'm gonna run back for a sec.
もうすぐ
What?
ご飯で
Dimple's
きるわよ
almost ready.
すぐ戻るから
That's okay, I'll come right home.
そう
Alright, it's
雨
still
も降ってい
raining
る
though, so
し
be careful. I will.
あの鉛筆は絶対に明日試験会場へ持っていかなければならないものの一つだった
And so, without
だから
hesitation,
私
I
は
ran back down
舞い
the
降
road
り
to
しき
school.
る雨の中
I was sprinting
足
as
元
close
に
to
気
those
を
speed
配
as
り
I
なが
could
ら
without
全
stopping
速
on
力
the
で
ground
走
floor.
る
All the while the
走って
numbers
い
on
る
my bedroom clock ran
10
through my
6
mind.
時45
6:45.
七
And
口
the
で
talent
語ら
story
れ
was
ていた
didn't
時間
leave.
は
Yoshi
夜
went
の
to the
7
school,
時
school building at 7.
校門前について真っ
As
先
soon
に
as
時
I
間が
arrived
経
at
ち
the
ました
gate, I glanced up at the large clock
校
in
舎
the
に
building
ついている大
schoolhouse.
時計が
It
指し
was
示
now
す時間
6:55.
放課後のヨシエさんの
Yoshi
怪談
after
話
school.
が
I
再
went
び
over the whole
頭を
scenario
よ
in my
ぎ
head again as best I could recall it.
10月
After classes on a
Ame
rainy
ga
day
furu
in October, 7 at
お
night.
ばあちゃん
Did that
Mo
old
shikashite-
woman somehow know this would happen?
やだなもう
Oh, get a hold of
怪談なん
yourself,
て
Yuri.
こんなの
It's just
作
a
り
little
話だ
campfire
って
tale.
こみ上げてくる恐怖を抑
I
え
was
つけるた
talking
め
to
に
myself,
声を出して
reprimanding
自分を叱咤
myself,
する
in an effort to quell the fear that was welling up in the pit of my stomach.
見上げた校舎に人
There
影
wasn't
が
a soul to be seen on the grounds.
こんな時間なら生徒はもう帰宅しているだろうし
I wondered if
先
any
生だっ
teachers
て
were
どれ
still
くらい
even
残っ
around.
ているけれど廊下の電気はま
The
だ
lights
全
were
て
all
つ
still
い
on,
ていた
and it was bright enough that
あ
I
れだ
felt
け明るけれ
confident
ば
I could make it to
そ
the
こまで
classroom
怖い
without
思い
creeping
よ
out.
しパッと行って
I'll just run up,
What
grab
the
the case, and
smash,
then come right back down. I folded up my soaked umbrella, left it on the rack by the entrance, and then changed into my indoor shoes. Then, entering the brightly lit hall, I took another look around.
やっぱり生徒
Yes,
は
I
誰
was
も
right.
残ってないみたい
Nobody's
だ
home. My deep sigh echoed through the deathly silent corridor. Ordinarily, the din of other students would drown out noises like this, but every little sound was coming through crystal clear at this late hour.
急がなくちゃ
I
もう
need
す
to
ぐ7
hurry.
時だ
It's almost 7. I nervously sauntered towards classroom 3-4, picking up speed as it occurred to me to do so.
今朝のおばあさんね
About that old woman from this morning,
亡くなった
she
みたい
passed away a short while ago.
その天神小学校で
It said that one day after school, a female
校舎
teacher
の
had
見
been
回りをして
patrolling
い
the
た
grounds,
女の
slipped
先
and
生
fell
は
down the stairs.
誤って階段から落ちてその日は
The
10月
accident
の
took place on a rainy October day just like
ち
this
ょうど
one.
今日みたいに
And
雨が
it
降る
just
放課
after
後
7
で
at night.
こういう日は
And
ヨシエさんが出るんだっ
Yoshi
て
still appears on days like this.
天神小学校がなくなってしまったことに気づいていないヨシエさんは如月学園の廊下を見回って歩いているんだよ
Jeez, what the hell is wrong
何
with
考
me?
えてるの
Why
よ
am I
私
letting this bother
Yeah,
me so
just
much?
grab the pencil and get out of there.
Just grab it and
朝
fucking
子に
run.
言ってたじゃない
Tsukasa was right, I shouldn't dwell on this. Lightning flashed and thunder resounded with impeccable timing. I jumped in spite of myself.
とにかく
I just need to hurry up the stairs, grab the pen case and get the hell out of this creepy building. No ghosts should show up in a well-lit building like this, right? And even if they did, they wouldn't be very scary under all these bright
あ
lights.
のペンケースに入ってる鉛
I
筆は
absolutely need that pencil for tomorrow's test.
あれは
It's my good luck charm
くれたお守
and
りなん
it's
だもの
from Tsukasa. I picked up the pace as I continued to head straight for room 3-4. Oh, what's an unpleasant voice?
Noise.
It's
中等部の方はもう真っ暗だなやっぱり誰もいないし
So it sounds like me breathing.
what? Yeah, it's you breathing. The middle school's already pitch black. I guess there really is no one else around right now.
それにしても
This hallway
今日はいつ
feels
もより
longer
この廊
today
下が
than
長
it
い
ever
感
has
じがする
before.
ただでさえこの廊下で遅刻しそうになるくらいなの
Can't
に
imagine I'd ever be on time if it were. I continued my brisk walk down the impossibly long hallway to my goal, jumping every now and again whenever the thunderclap sounded. Kisaragi Academy was comprised of both a middle school and a high school, and this evening it really felt like it was flaunting its massive size. Then to help that my classroom was in the high school wing, which happened to be past the middle school, making it seem that much further away.
いつもは賑やかな場所が
When a
こんな
building
にも
that's
静ま
usually
り
so
返って
full of
い
life
る
goes completely
余
quiet,
計に
it
物寂
becomes
しい
such
気
a
がする
lonely
な
place.
雨の音が
I
や
swear
けに
I
大
can
き
hear
く聞こ
every
える
drop
よ
of rain. I was focusing on the scant few sounds around me as I paced down that long, lonely corridor. Then all of a sudden, I heard a faint noise, as of someone playing an organ.
今の
That
空耳
was
みた
just
い
my
な
imagination, right?
そ
I mean, it had
そ
to
うに
be.
こんな時間に音楽
There's
室
no
で
way
楽器を
anyone
鳴
would
らす
still
人
be
な
there
んて い
practicing.
るわけないし
I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. It was probably the sounds of the rain, wind, and thunder mixing together. It just sounded like an organ, that's all. I was convinced. I kept walking. But then, I heard the same noise again. This time, much more clearly. It was unmistakable. No. No way.
やだ
I was paralysed with fear. My heart was pounding as if it were struggling to break free of someone's sinister grip.
きっとまだ
It's
吹奏
probably
楽
just
部の
some
ことが
devoted member of the
先生が
band
残って
or
弾いて
a
るん
teacher
だよ
who's working late.
嘘だ
I'm just being
そうに
stupid.
決まってるよ
Thinking about it, I vaguely recalled someone mentioning an upcoming performance of the Wind Instrument Club. I guess an organ would qualify. Somebody must have just stayed late to practice, that's all.
何でもかん
Oh,
で
I
も怖い
can't get
話
those
に
damn
直
ghost
結させちゃ
stories
い
out
け
of
ない
my head. I took another deep breath and tried again to calm my overly jittery nerves.
怖いと思ったら何
Anything
で
can be
も怖
scary
く
if
思
you
え
think
る
it
もの
is.
だよね
I'd heard that if you let your imagination run too wild, fear can even make you see things that aren't there. And my imagination was most definitely running wild.
あとちょっとで教室だか
I'm
ら
almost there.
走ってい
I
こ
might as well sprint the rest of the way. I decided to dash towards my classroom so I could get out of this hall as quickly as possible. Finally reaching that familiar door, I swiftly opened it and flicked on the lights.
うやっとたどり着いた
Alright, I made it.
あと
Now
は
I just
ペ
have to
ン
be
ケースを
absolutely
忘れ
certain
ない
I
ように
don't
し
leave
なくち
here
ゃ
without that pen case again. Thanks to all my unexpected pauses to freak out over thunder and lightning, it took me far longer than it should have to get here. It was already well past 7.
7時か
7 o'clock, huh? It was the appointed time when the ghost of a teacher was supposed to appear, at least according to school legend.
何にもないじゃ
No
ない
undead educators here. I let out a sigh of relief and relaxed my shoulders a bit. The lights were on both inside the classroom and out in the hallway. Sure, it was still dead silent, but the fear I'd been feeling had completely melted away.
全然怖くないよ
It's nothing to be afraid
や
of.
っぱり
Seven
七
wonders
不思議
aren't
だなん
real.
て嘘だったんだな
I grabbed the pen case I'd come back for and shoved it into my
よ
pocket.
しこれで任務完
Okay,
了だね
mission accomplished. With my long ordeal behind me, more or less, I looked around the classroom and let out another sigh. I'd only ever known this classroom when it was bustling with activity, and thus found its eerie silence and utter stillness to be oddly fascinating.
教室に私一人
Such a strange feeling, being alone in a
なんだか
classroom
不思
like
議
this.
な感じがするな
I got the idea in my head to try doing something I normally wouldn't be able to, like standing at the teacher's podium and writing on the blackboard. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, I just got a random cramp right on my back. Ow. Okay.
こんなシチュエーション
Chances like this don't come around too often after all. To me, the area behind that podium from which teachers conduct their lessons was like a sacred space. Me. Yeah, that's exactly how I felt. Just like, why? I dreamed of standing there myself one day and could hardly resist its pull when presented with a rare opportunity like this. How do you save? How do you save on this?
On the keyboard, I have no idea.
Delightful.
Try escape.
No.
Give me a minute, I'll look up the controls.
I feel that we're very far in and I'm like,
You were scared.
I am afraid. I am terrified.
try 1 on the numpad?
Cool.
Because there's a keyboard shortcut that lets you save directly from the keyboard shortcut, but guess what?
What?
Apparently it corrupts your game if you use it.
Oh. Yeah, the tension is a lot. That's why I am scared. So like I want a save button, just in case it decides to fling something at me and I immediately fuck up.
今なら誰も見てないし
Well, no one's looking. To my classmates, this would seem like such a silly, stupid dilemma, but that didn't change the way I felt at that
ど
moment.
うしようかな
Should I or shouldn't I? Oh. Stand at the teacher's podium.
よし
How
少
can
し
I
だけ
pass this
先
up?
生の気分を味
A
わっ
chance
ちゃ
to feel like a real teacher. I decided I had to try it. During the daily clean-up and such, I'd come and gone from this spot countless times. But this was the first time I'd ever had an opportunity to just stand here and preside over the classroom.
そう
So this is how it looks to a teacher,
先
huh?
生なんかちょっと
It's
ド
kind
キドキ
of
する
awe-inspiring. Gaining a teacher's point of view, in the most literal sense, was starting to get me really fired up. It may seem silly now, but this was my stage. This was where all my dreams would play out.
私も
Someday, I began to imagine the future that awaited me, painstakingly detailing some new piece of knowledge for students sitting attentively at their desks, gliding chalk across the board, filling it with information to aid them in their studies.
いつか
I sure hope I
先
can
生
make
に
the
な
cut one
れ
of
る
these
といい
days.
な
I was getting so excited that even I began to think my behaviour was a little strange. Maybe it was the juxtaposition of these joyous, freeing visions and the prickling dread I'd been feeling up until just a minute or two before. But then in the blink of an eye, one of these two conflicting emotions completely overpowered the other. Oh. Scared. Ah! Shit, is this a blackout? Suddenly my surroundings were bathed in darkness. Going stiff with shock, I stumbled back a step. My back struck the blackboard with a dull thud.
いきなり何
Oh, what awful timing. I instinctively grabbed a hold of the rail where the erasers sat. I felt chalk dust against my fingertips. Yeah, I also have that feeling, Red. My panicked heartbeat was making it difficult to breathe. Was this caused by the thunderstorm? If so, it sure picked a fine time to turn the lights out on me. And what's more, I can still hear the sound of the
響
organ.
いてる
But no, it's an electric organ. How is that even
手
possible
で
with
に
no
なってる
power?
ならオルガンだって
You must not go! Was this what the old woman was trying to warn me about? That's impossible. She was no fortune teller or psychic as far as I was aware. How could she possibly have known this would happen? Hell, even if she were a fortune teller or a psychic, predicting the future is the stuff of science fiction. I shook my head.
落ち着くのよ
I need to calm down.
音
Maybe
楽
it's
室
just
の
this
方は
round that's
まだ
lost power
停
and
電
the
になって
music
ない
room's
とか
still okay.
きっとそんな
That
理由
seems
だよ
plausible, right? I curled my chalk-dusted fingers into a fist and silently tried to talk some sense into
ともか
myself.
く早く校舎を出
I've got to get out of here. I shouldn't have been playing teacher. I should have been in and out by now. Cursing myself a little, I fumbled my way through the darkened classroom. Ah! I'd spent so much time in here, you'd think I'd be able to find my way out of it with my eyes closed, as it were. But sadly, that was not the case.
As it were.
As it were. Smashing loudly into a desk, I knocked it on its side and began tumbling after it, instinctively grabbing at other desks around me for support.
いっ
Oof. She's just destroying the place now.
She's pulling on me.
She is,
言え
yeah.
ない
Damn
机の
it.
中身巻
That
き散
sounds
らし
like
ちゃ
I
った
knocked a
よ
lot of stuff out at that desk.
元に戻さなくちゃ
Guess I'll need to put everything back. Still fumbling around blindly, I gathered up all the scattered notes, textbooks, and writing
で
utensils.
も
I
暗くて
can't tell
何が
what's
なんだか
what. This is so
もう
embarrassing.
何やってるのよ
What
急い
the
で
hell
る
am I doing anyway?
本当にどうしよう
Wasn't I supposed to be hurrying home?
Weren't you?
Yui? I'm such a klutz. I let out a sigh. I seem to be doing that a lot lately.
これは教科書
Okay, this is a textbook, and this is
ノートで
a
しょ
notebook, right? I was trying to take inventory of all the things I'd knocked out of the desk, and then realised Why? I might as well just stand it up and stuff it all back in.
さすがに全部を間違いなく
I
元に
couldn't
戻すの
possibly organise it properly in absolute darkness. Better just apologise to whoever sits here. Not that it was a particularly pleasant prospect. Explaining what I'd done wouldn't be so easy, no matter how I sugarcoated it. It would serve as a clear indication of my clumsiness. If I didn't say anything, it's not like I'd be found out, but that would be the same as lying as far as I'm concerned, and I couldn't do that.
これで最後かな
Okay, I think I've got everything. I placed my hand against the floor and swept it around, feeling for anything I might have missed. And I found something, alright. Oh, gross.
何これ
What is this?
なんだか
It's all slimy. Ugh. I clearly brushed my fingers across something, but I had no idea what. It was no notebook or writing implement though, that's for sure.
机の中から
Why would anyone have something like this in their desk? Maybe it'd been on the floor.
なんだろ
What is this stuff? I rubbed my sticky
Blood.
fingertips a bit deeper into the wet spot and then brought my hand up close to my face. So you stick your hand in something gross and you're like, I'm gonna put my fingers in further. Is that like
That's dumbassery.
that is dumbassery? Why? But you
Even the cat is disappointed.
the cat is disappointed.
She just shook her head.
Yes, she disappointed.
I mean, I think she's trying to look for an escape route, but I think she's also disappointed.
Yeah.
Did you hear that noise of discontentment?
Yes, I did. I brought my hand up close to my face so I could get a better look at what was there. What on earth did I just touch? Ugh! There was a flash of lightning almost immediately joined by a rolling thunderclap. And with it for a split second, the pitch black classroom was lit up bright as day.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't disappointment, maybe she just wanted to escape.
What?
Maybe it wasn't disappointment, maybe she just wanted to escape.
She just wanted to escape, she's had enough.
She's having enough of Miss Yui and her bullshit.
Yeah. Ugh, is that blood? I shot to my feet, utterly mortified.
What did I tell you, folks?
It's blood.
Blood.
It's blood. In that split second, I'd gotten a very good look at my fingers, and it really did seem as if they were covered in blood. But it wasn't just my hand. No, if my peripheral vision were to be trusted, it looked like the entire classroom was stained a deep, dark crimson.
そういえば
Oh crap, it kinda smells like blood in here too. Without thinking, I backed away from where I'd been crouching. I tried rationalising what I saw. How could this whole classroom become a bloodbath like this? Did something spill? Did someone stumble in here injured?
ありえない
This
そんな
isn't possible.
何よこれ
Can't be. I mean, how?
Go to therapy.
That'll be you. My whole body was quaking. I fled from the classroom. Or, rather, tried to flee. What?
開かない
I want to open!
やだ
No, please! No!
鍵なんてかかってなか
I
った
don't
の
remember blocking it. And
今だって
it
鍵
isn't
はかかってないよ
locked. So, why can't I get it open?
どうして
Is it affixed to the wall like a model?
I pulled on the door handle again and again in a frenzy. I was pulling so hard it felt like my fingernails might tear loose. Ugh.
I hate that.
Thanks for that fucking imagery, Yui. But it just wouldn't budge.
なんで
Why? Why, please? I was absent-mindedly grabbing at my hair with one hand and slung my fist on a nearby desk with the other. This was a nightmare. I don't trust this.
Yeah, I don't either. Sabe.
Sorry. Please, no! What's going on? Silence saturated the inky blackness of the room. I took several deep breaths in an effort to restrain my pounding heart.
とにかく一度落ち着かな
Calm
いと
down.
I don't know why she would go to the scary school in the scary night after the scary lady told her not to raid. She's just a special breed of dumbass.
Yeah.
She better watch out about having any sort of a thing for Satoshi, because with the amount of lack of brain cells that they've got going, the two of them could be family.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point. The absolute -5 brain cell of this bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. That's being generous.
Like I said, it's -5.
-5. I'm probably just panicking because the door won't open.
さっきの変な塊だって
I'm sure I
きっ
just
と何かの勘違い
misidentified
だよ
whatever it is
だ
on
っ
the
てあり
floor.
えないじゃない
I mean, it's
教室に
preposterous, right?
あんな
There's no way something
わ
like
けの
that
わか
could
らないも
be.
のが落ちてるだなんて
I was certain that when I saw what it actually was come on, like, it ended up being something totally random, like someone's old Swanistan gym clothes.
きっとそうだよ
That has to be it, yeah.
So,
Probably just brushed against somebody's paint for art
技
class
術
or
に使う絵の具
something.
かもしれないじゃない
I think that and blood smell pretty different.
Yeah, totally different. My imagination was just running wild because I was panicking.
もしかしたら
And the
ドア
door
に
probably
何
just
か
has
が
something
挟まって
caught
て
in
開
it,
かないだ
that's
けか
all.
もしれない
I decided to check out that hypothesis by feeling my way across the door and determining if anything was jutting out from any of the
ダメ
cracks.
だ真っ暗で何にも見えない
Not sure I can do this without being able to see. I fumbled around the gaps in the door, but I just couldn't make anything out that would be doing this. And the classroom's rear exit seemed a world away.
他の出口は
Maybe there's another way out of here? No, this is the third floor. I couldn't get out of this classroom without exiting into the hallway. That's a lot of brain cells you just lost, Raid.
今すぐ外に出た
Let
い
me
の
out!
に
I want out! It's me playing Fall Guys. Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out! I want out.
I one day desire to play Fall Guys with you again. One day.
One day. Still at a loss, I noticed a sudden flash of light through the hallway window. But the glass was only translucent, so I couldn't be sure of its source. Is somebody out there? Raid lost every single one of his brain cells.
Wait, we have that many brain cells? I'm calling bullshit. My head rattles too much when I shake it.
Yeah, me too. Then there came the distinctive clump, clump, clump of footsteps.
そうだ
Oh, of course, it must be the
人用無理さん
custodian.
だ
I recalled the existence of a custodian who had always patrolled the school grounds. I was sure he must have been taking a look around after the sudden power outage.
だった
Oh, great, I'm saved. All at once, my fear-addled legs regained their strength. This nightmare would soon be over.
すみません
Excuse me! I shouted to the custodian through the window as loudly as I could muster.
すみません閉じ込められてるんで
Excuse
す
me, I'm trapped in here! I had to be sure he held me. I shouted again. Finally, I could see the light out in the hallway again, and it seemed to be getting closer. However, something's not right about this. Perturbed eyes took a step away from the window.
懐中電灯だった
If that's flashlight, shouldn't it be brighter? It looks kind of like the faint, unearthly glow classically attributed to spirits. Was that what I was thinking? I tried to stop myself from finishing that thought, however. Dullness aside, it also looked like it was wriggling around in a very unnatural, very unflashlight-like way.
それにこの
And the
足は
footsteps. Plump, 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 plump. 4 clumps, and then a 3 or so second interval, and then another 4. They were sounding in a fixed rhythm.
Hmm.
明らかに
That's no custodian. Nobody walks like that. The fear was back in full force. I had to find somewhere to hide. I'm gonna save over that last one I made. Here, because that looks like a choice line. What if I'd accidentally summoned something inhuman? I mean, whatever that was, I begged it for help. I literally invited it in.
隠れるところ
I need to hide. But where? What?
I was just giggling at the fact teacher's podium is an option.
Teacher's podium. I hurriedly hid myself beneath the teacher's podium. I grabbed my knees and curled up and made myself as small as I could.
なんなの
Oh, what is this? What's happening?
Okay, so like, I don't know if it's a thing there that you're taught not to hide in that spot, but like the first thing they teach you about gun safety when you're a student in an American school is that nobody ever hides under the teacher's podium, because especially with some of the current reasons people go and are violent at schools, they go after teachers. Like they'll go after students too, but they will also go after teachers because there's nobody to defend the kids then. So if you hide under the podium, you're basically guaranteeing you're gonna be caught. No, not a smart move.
No.
She's supposed to be what, 6, 17?
Yeah, 17. The footsteps continued to draw nearer and nearer. Clomp, 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 clomp.
Clump, clump, clump.
Little by little, the sound grew louder. Every hair on my body was standing on end.
ま通り過ぎてください
Please, just pass by, please. I held my breath, clasped my hands together, and silently prayed. Clomp, 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 clomp. They were close now. Very, very close.
神様
Raid school does not have teachers' podiums. Guess you can't hide under it then. Please.
It was weird. My school had some, but not other classrooms had them. So like it was
That
weird.
was the case in my school. Like some classrooms had it and others didn't. Some
Yeah.
teachers had desks, others had podiums.
Yeah.
It was really weird.
So I should reiterate, when I was talking, I meant about teachers' desks, because the podiums specifically we had at the schools that I had as a kid, they didn't have a hollow space to hide underneath them. They were just solid wood like that, unless you like
Yeah.
broke a hole into it, because it was just a hollow,
Yeah.
but it was wood on all sides, and it was specifically like that so kids wouldn't hide in it.
Yeah. Why was this happening? Some teachers don't even have desks over here. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like sometimes it's desks, sometimes it's tables, but like You
Yeah,
know.
some teachers don't have anything; they just stand there like weirdos.
that does sound strange because even in classes that didn't have proper like classrooms where people were sat down at desks and shit, the teachers always had a desk of some form.
Yeah, I think
They had a desk or a table or they had a podium in
so.
every room.
So I think the classes that I had where a teacher didn't have a desk in the classroom, they had a desk but it wasn't in the classroom, would have been electives. So like for art class, for one of my art classes when I was way small, there was a separate room
Yeah.
that her desk was in, and it was the same for the theater department, the music department, all that. The desks were kept away separately. So when the teacher was in front of the class, they were just standing in the middle of the floor, wandering around. And everybody would be sat like on the floor because it wasn't a traditional classroom and there were no seats,
Yeah.
and you would just kind of sit there awkwardly staring at each other.
Yeah. I apologize. I know this is a really awkward time, but I need to disappear.
Well, if you're gonna disappear, I would like to demonstrate something to Raid real quick.
Okay.
I know that most people probably have the 80 billion brain cells, but I'm gonna rattle my head right next to the mic. That is what my head sounds like.
That's his head. Yeah.
So I'm gonna do it again. What? Maybe 20?
I would say maybe like 20 loose brain cells just bouncing around in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, most people might have several billion, but I don't.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go and look for my brain cells because I can shake my head about and there's fucking none. So I'm gonna go look for them. But we will be back. I will finish this off there. I need a moment. Yo-ho. Hello, family.
Hello, family.
Fine, Raid, starve. See if I fucking care. I'm trying to be nice. Starve, dehydrate, do what you want.
Dehydrate.
Dehydrate.
No, but seriously, like, if hungry or thirsty, get food, drink water,
Yes.
drink battery acid, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Not actual battery acid, just battery acid TM.
Battery acid, TM.
Mm-hmm. Coca-Cola.
Anyway, I have returned. I have fed the demon.
Mm-hmm.
I have also fed myself. I am good. We can continue. I
Yeah.
can now get the shit scared out of me.
He has hugged and hydrated the demon.
Yeah. Demon has been looked after. Return time. Was it because I'd heard the ghost story of Yoshi and allowed it to get to me? Or did the strange events of the day have nothing to do with what was happening to me now?
口から心臓が飛び出しちゃいそう
It
だよ
feels like my heart's gonna bust out of my chest. I was still holding my breath. I didn't dare let even the tiniest of sounds escape and give away my position. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. It's a lot tapping. Tap, tap. The consistent rhythm of the footsteps suddenly ended halfway into one of its cycles.
Ooh.
And it had ended right in front of this very classroom.
This very classroom.
I had goosebumps up and down my arms and legs. I stopped praying and clasped my hands over my mouth.
It's fine, maybe it's Spirit and he just wants nachos.
It's just me and I just want fed. I'm like, you eat, I'm hungry. I knew I'd scream if I didn't. Could this be Yoshi? Was the school legend real?
Do you see all the hydrate stickers and
Yeah.
Raid arguing?
Raid refusing. I'm like, well, refuse silently. All I could do was close my eyes and keep my mouth shut and hope that whoever or whatever this is would just go away. But the footstep sounds didn't start again. If this was indeed Yoshi, then she'd stopped in front of the classroom and was just standing there. I had no concept of time anymore. I stayed in my hiding spot for what was probably only a few minutes, but felt like at least an hour. Maybe whoever it was is gone? I decided to carefully peek out from under the podium. I gingerly edged my head out just far enough to get a glimpse of the room, when suddenly the footsteps rang out once more. It sounded like they were headed right for me, and they might have been inside the room. I honestly couldn't tell. I scrambled back into my hiding spot and covered my mouth with both hands. This was too much for me. My breathing was coarse and erratic. My face was a mess of tears and snot. God, please save me. I don't like them either, V. This is fucking horrendous. I am not impressed. I was inconsolable. The footsteps just wouldn't stop. What on earth were they doing? It almost seemed like they were running around in circles just to scare me. Stop it! Please stop it! I mouthed these words over and over again, and moved my hands to my ears in a vain attempt to block out this torturous sound. And as if in response, the sound changed. It was a loud, dull thud, followed by silence. No more footsteps. I'd heard that sound hundreds of times before. It was the classroom door sliding open. I peeked out, but the door was still tightly shut. How could that be? If the sound I heard wasn't the door, then what was it? What little safety I'd felt here was pretty much gone, but to be fair, I wasn't absolutely certain the spirit had seen or heard me either. This prospect of stepping out into the open wasn't a desirable one, but I had to decide if it was better to stay where I was, or to make a break for it. This is gonna be a thing, isn't it? Oh, run! Staying in one place for too long seemed like it would be inviting trouble. Run, Forrest, run! So I took a deep breath and reluctantly crawled out as quietly as I could. But almost immediately, I felt something. Something long and thin had struck me in the back of the head. Or perhaps struck isn't the right word. There was a little force behind it, but it wasn't a hard slam. More like someone trying to get my attention. Is that a wooden rod? Or no, it's a finger? I knew I wouldn't like what I was going to see, but I had to face whatever this was. So I turned around, and there looming over me was... Is somebody still here? Go home, child. A figure was peering down at me from above the podium, with one emaciated wishbone-like finger extended towards my face. I recognised this person instantly. No doubt about it. This was the strange old woman who'd supposedly passed away earlier. I was scared out of my mind. I tumbled the rest of the way out from under the podium and shot to my feet. A ghost! There really was a ghost in this school. My breathing was ragged and my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. Plowing through all the desks in my way, I ran as fast as I could towards the classroom door. But that was as far as I could go. What's wrong? There, on the other side of the door, tight up against the glass, was the old woman. She was glowing bluish-white, the source of the light from earlier. But how in the world did she get to the door before I did? How did she get out of the room so quickly and position herself so perfectly to block my exit? I felt like I was starting to hyperventilate and tried as best as I could to calm my breathing as my eyes darted around the room. I needed to get out of here now, to get as far away from this place as I possibly could. The front door is blocked. Maybe I can get out through the back. But if I do this, I can't leave the school without running right past her. There's no way she'd let me by. But I have to do something. I bit my lip and continued scanning the room. Something. If I just had something I could use to fight back. I didn't have time to think carefully about it. I just had to grab something and hope for the best. There were two choices and I had to pick one on impulse before it's too late. If I click off of this, it's fucking timed, isn't it? Oh, it fucking is. So, it's like leftover salt from an old chemistry experiment. I'd heard that salt was used in purification rituals, so it seemed like a natural choice. This is coming with me.
Careful, you're getting salsa on your wires.
My apologies.
Your apology.
My apologies. I placed the salt in my pocket as a sort of protective charm. I'm scared, but, well, here goes nothing. When I looked over, the spirit of the old woman was holding out her hand from the other side of the doorframe. She really was trying to catch me. I wasn't just being paranoid. She was going to kill me and turn me into a ghost like her. I was convinced that this had to be Yoshi, the teacher from the urban No, I won't let her get me. Bracing myself, I darted towards the door at the back end of the classroom. There wasn't a moment to lose. If I didn't act fast, I probably wouldn't be able to act at all. I threw the door open and just began running at top speed, hoping to escape behind the spirit's back. Unsurprisingly, trying to outrun a ghost proved to be a fruitless endeavour. The spirit saw me and moved at breakneck speed to intercept. Stop! Don't come any closer! I thrust my hand into my pocket and threw the bag of salt, then threw the entire thing directly at the woman's face. She recoiled! Now's my chance! I ran down the hall as fast as my legs would carry me, briefly glancing over my shoulder after a moment to confirm that the spirit was still alive. I just kept on running down that dark hallway with nothing but adrenaline and mock tried pulling it. What? Oh. No, it's not opening! Why? I'm so bored! Please! Please open! I'm begging you!
どうしようこの
I
まま
have
じ
to
ゃ
think
ま
of
た
something
あ
else.
の化け物に
At this rate, that horrible woman's going to. No! I can't let that happen! But what do I do? What can I do?
仕方がない
Run?
別の場所に行くしか
I have no choice. I have to keep running. I have to find someplace else. Or maybe I could hide somewhere and throw Yoshi off my trail.
That doesn't sound like running.
I had no particular destination in mind. My only thought was anywhere but here. After maybe 30 seconds, I found myself on the second floor hallway. There was an outside corridor connecting the two buildings in the school there. It was the first alternate escape route that came to mind. Naturally, it was walled off from the outside for safety purposes, but the wall wasn't so big that I couldn't scale it a pinch. I didn't really want to jump from the second floor of the school, but if I had to, I was confident that I'd at least survive the fall with minimal injury.
隠れよう
I should consider that a last resort. For now, let's just get outside. I climbed the wall faster than I thought possible and dropped down to the narrow ledge on the other side. It was just wide enough to sit down. My back was to the hallway, but my location should have been completely hidden from anyone inside the school. I looked down at the muddy ground before me. I really couldn't see much though. The outside was completely dark. It was so dark that it felt as if the whole world had been draped in a black veil.
ここで隠れ
Maybe I should just stay here till morning? I mean, even if I ran, I'm fairly sure I'd get caught. I opened the pen case in my pocket and pulled out the pencil I received from Tsukasa.
お願い
Tsukasa, please protect me. Was I really treating this stubby little pencil as a protective charm? Tsukasa said it would guarantee success on my test, not ward off evil spirits. Still, it was better than nothing. I clutched it tightly in my hands and prayed.
私を
Please
守れ
protect me. I whispered the words so quietly that I might as well have been mouthing them, but that seemed to be all the opening that damn spirit needed. I sensed the presence on the ledge with me and was so startled that I almost fell from my perch.
やめてよおばあちゃん
Please!
ど
Why
う
are
し
you
て
doing this? However, I could only sense her there. I didn't actually see her. And thought for one brief moment that maybe I was letting my imagination run wild. But then I felt a horrible sensation of something coiling itself around my arm. You mustn't go outside. Before I knew it, a tall, shadowy figure had half emerged from the wall behind me, and she had me in her grasp. It wasn't much more cooler than an indistinct flickering silhouette, but I could clearly see she had a broken neck. Was this a different apparition? Her scraggly football fingers were squeezing my arm with tremendous force, pushing aside muscle and tissue and pressing right on the bone. I didn't feel it. Oh! What are you? Where are we going, my dear? It'll just be a little longer, so will you please wait for me?
痛い
Oh, it really hurt. I was shaking steadily and tears were streaming down my face. I was absolutely convinced that I was going to die here. Yeah, it's not very pleasant, is it, right? Like that bear looks painful alone. Let go of me! I could offer no resistance. She was too strong. All I could do was sleep with her. Stop, please! You're really hurting me!
Bro, with this scene, I've got so many fucking questions that I hope they answer.
I felt like my arm would snap into it.
ずーっと一緒にいましょ
Let's
う
be
ね
together. Forever. She wasn't just grabbing, but twisting as well. The pain was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. I couldn't think about anything else. Stopping it had become my first and only priority. I struggled violently against the spirit's grip, ultimately breaking free by throwing my body off the wall towards the unseen earth below. In In the face of death, everything really does seem to slow down. I'd read somewhere that this is because the brain is sending out all kinds of distress signals or something. Slow motion or not, though, I was fully aware of my surroundings. I was cascading through the air just outside my school building. Fucking pencil. I was pretty sure this fall would kill me. With a controlled jump, I might have been able to survive, but I was tumbling like a ragdoll. I was a goner. I couldn't even remember what you were supposed to do in a situation like this. Try to flip over? Brace for impact? In one last-ditch attempt at survival, I stretched out... choking to death. I stretched out both my arms. Maybe somebody would be waiting there to grab them. Maybe somebody would save me. And somebody actually did. I honestly wasn't expecting that. I really thought there was no hope, but then at the last second I was yanked to safety. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Don't fucking terrorize people in schools. Shishiro. Tsukasa?
大丈夫か
Are you
掴め
okay?
俺の腕
Hang on, don't let go. Right. I held onto his arms with all my might, and against seemingly impossible odds, I was pulled in. My life was saved. This was like a scene out of some anime.
Well, saved for now, anyway.
For now. It shouldn't have happened. It was too convenient, but I wasn't about to complain. Oh, that was close. Why? Tsukasa.
今は死の子の言ってる場合じゃない
What? Tsukasa was still holding on to me tightly after coming to my rescue. He took off down the hall, back into the heart of the school with me and Tom.
チキショーなんだよさっきのは
What the hell was
夢でも
that
見て
thing?
るのか
Please tell me I'm just dreaming. He practically spit these words as he continued
どうして
running.
ここに
Why is
司
Tsukasa
君
here? I tried to match his gait, and once we were a bit more in sync, I looked up at his face. He was fast. After we'd reached the end of the hall, he suddenly veered into the last classroom before the stairwell, pulling me in with him.
シシド
Shishiro, you
お前
okay?
怪我は
大丈夫
I'm fine.
私は
I can walk by myself, really.
あ悪い
Sorry, my bad. I moved away from Tsukasa and almost immediately spilled onto the ground like a house of cards.
おい大丈夫じゃないじゃん
You sure don't seem okay to me. Maybe not, but I just need a few...
無理すん
Hey,
な
don't push yourself. Tsukasa grabbed my arm to help me up. Unfortunately, it was the arm that Yoshi had been twisting.
と悪い
Oh,
やっぱり
sorry.
腕
Is it your
怪
arm
我
that's
してる
holding
の
that?
か
What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know how bad it is, but it really stings.
焼けるみたい
It's like it's on fire. I draped my other hand over the sore spot, where I assumed there was probably one hell of a bruise. I started rubbing gently, but it didn't help at all.
そうかじゃあ
It's
保
not
健
good.
室ですぐ
We
に
should get
手
you
当
to
てし
the
た方がいい
nurse's
な
office right away then, to take care of it.
でもそしたらまた
Then we'll be
あいつが来るって
exposing ourselves to that ghost again, right? Yeah. Just thinking about going back out there and facing Yoshi made me shudder. I couldn't believe he was even entertaining the idea.
What if they go find the lucky pencil and use the
心配
lucky
すんな
pencil?
Pencil.
もし仮にあいつが来ても
No, don't worry.
俺
Even
が
if you just
絶
call
対お
to
前
us,
を
I'll keep you safe.
守ってや
No
るか
matter
ら
what, okay?
司君
Tsukasa's gentle reassurance actually made me forget the pain in my arm for a moment. I had to stop myself from blushing, or try to at any rate.
怪我は一刻も
We
早く
need to
手当
treat
て
your
した方
injuries
が
as
いいっ
quickly as
て
possible, or they could get worse.
まあどうせ
The
先
nurse
生
may
な
not
ん
be
かい
in,
な
but I
いだ
can
ろ
at
う
least
けど
apply first aid. Okay.
よし
Alright then,
行くぞ
let's go. Tsukasa offered me his hand, and I graciously took it, squeezing it tightly as he led me back out into the
司
hallway.
君の手あったかい
Tsukasa's hand. It's so warm.
So warm. So hand.
Hand. Despite the fact that nothing had really changed, I was still in just as much danger as I had been. The paralysing fear I'd been feeling was gone. If it were just me, I would have never been able to do this. I would have frozen up. But with Tsukasa leading the way, I felt like I could do anything.
シシド
Anything.
少し走るけど
Anything,
大丈夫か
anything, anything, anything. I'll get you.
Anything.
That looked like a bloody accident. Shishiro, are you okay to run?
I wish that was a sound alert.
Sure. Yeah. That would be great. With my blessing, Tsukasa upped his pace significantly. Bonk.
もうあいつが出てきま
Please
せん
don't
よ
let
う
her
に
show up. I prayed silently for smooth sailing as I followed Tsukasa's
こ
lead.
のまま
As long as he's with me, I think I'll be okay.
安心
Bonk, bonk, bonk. I gently squeezed his hand again, as if to reassure myself that he was still with me. I was starting to think maybe Yoshi was gone. Maybe we'd thwarted her, but of course, just as I was thinking that, she made her presence known again. The hell was that? Show yourself!
出てこい
An unearthly voice reverberated through the dark corridor. I immediately drew myself into Tsukasa's back. Bring me more. Over Tsukasa's shoulder, I saw the same shadow-like spirit from before. It must have been waiting here to ambush us.
She looks mid fucking jump.
She's like, "Whoop!"
大丈夫
It's
落ち着け
alright, stay calm. But the ghost was moaning and wavering before us. We'd never be able to get past it. You'll do anything
Anything.
for me.
Anything.
Anything. Yeah.
俺があいつを引きつけるから
I'm gonna distract that thing. I'm gonna draw that thing's attention. While it's distracted, I want you to run.
やだよ一緒に逃げて
We'll run together.
俺には秘密兵器があるのさ
You what?
俺のばあさんからもらった
It's a keepsake charm my grandmother gave me.
さっきあいつにこれを向けたら少し盛り上がった
Yeah, we have to. We really do.
形見のお守り
Charm? Yeah.
Remind me after the stream, I'll try and look and see.
まさかやっぱり危険
Because if it's not one, unfortunately, I can't make it one because it's copyright. So,
Yeah.
but if it exists, I can add it.
Mhm. But Tsukasa, you were putting yourself in right in harm's way.
俺
I'll be fine. It'll all work out somehow or another.
そんな
A spirit version. That's not.
待ちなさい
Stay where you are. We really didn't have time to be arguing. It was closing in fast. And as it did, I noticed the spirit's figure had become more defined. She was a tall, young woman with her head turned sideways at a 90-degree angle. The tale of Yoshi suggests that she fell down a flight of stairs, so a broken neck would certainly fit.
早く走れ
Go, run! He gave my back a shove to get me started, and with no time to object, I unconsciously obliged. Tsukasa ran too, darting ahead of me for a few short moments.
おい化け物
Go,
こっ
lady!
ちだ
Over here!
待ちなさ
Tsukasa! Tsukasa ran as close as he possibly could to get Yoshi's attention, and then turned tail and began sprinting off in the opposite direction.
こっちだぞ化け物
Come get me, you monster! Amazingly, it worked. The spirit began chasing Tsukasa, leaving me completely
いどう
unobstructed.
しよう
This doesn't feel right.
このまま
Should
一
I
人
really
逃げても
escape
いいの
without him? I was torn. On the one hand, I knew this was my best chance, but I couldn't help worrying about what would happen to Tsukasa if his charm failed. I stopped for a moment and glanced over my shoulder. He was still running, and the shadowy figure was still in hot pursuit.
司くんお守り出して
So she's way too close. You need to take out your charm.
いいから行けって
It's fine.
お前
I
が
told
逃
you
げ切
to
った
keep
のを確
going.
認したら
Once you're
俺
out
も
of
逃げ
harm's
る
way,
か
I'll
ら
be right
さ
behind you. I promise.
I love how people shout in situations like this, assuming the ghost doesn't speak their language.
Yeah.
It's like if the ghost died there,
Yeah, then the ghost probably speaks the same language as you, and now knows your plan.
congratulations.
Well done. I still can't believe I fell for it, but this was right about when I realised the truth. Tsukasa had no protective charm. He just made that up so I wouldn't object too strongly to him serving as a decoy while I got away.
やっぱりダメ
No, I can't let him go through with this. I stopped in my tracks and shouted out at the top of my lungs.
待ちなさい
Yoshi! Hold it right there! She. You yell at me? I wasn't sure exactly what I was getting myself into, but I had to do something, and calling the spirit's name definitely seemed to
あ
have
な
an
たの名
effect.
前
That's right, I know your name!
おいシスター
Shishido, what are you doing? All at once, the black figure was facing me, though I never saw her turn around. She was flying towards me now, ignoring Tsukasa. I think she's not scared. I'm not scared, I'm not scared, I'm not scared, I'm not scared.
I think she is scared.
I think she's absolutely poopy in her pants.
Yeah, she's made the caca. She's pulled it out.
She has made the caca in pants.
Cal and his caca pants will never stop being a joke on this channel.
Yeah. I repeated this little mantra and stuck one hand into my pocket. Grasping tightly onto the one and only item I stand up. Yuri caca. So you know who I am then. Unlike him, I have a real protective charm. Sugasa's fear, his effort, his beliefs, they were all packed into this pencil. And when you get right down to it, that's what a charm is. I squeezed the nubby little thing in my nubby.
See, sometimes they have like the fucking thesaurus brain, and other times no.
Yes, they have me.
So, their thesaurus sentence is at the end of the fucking paragraph. I see.
Yes, they start off with nub.
Yeah, they want to make you think she's a normal person, and then no.
No. Mentally preparing myself for the confrontation ahead. The confrontation is impulsively initiated.
For having a thesaurus right in front of them, they sure like using the same words in back-to-back sentences quite a bit.
Yeah. Shishiro, you have to run. I won't.
I won't run. This thesaurus is too heavy.
It's too heavy.
It's like glued to my head.
God, please protect me. I closed my eyes and lifted my hand from my pocket and brandished Tsukasa's pencil intently. The gauntlet had been thrown. I was putting a lot of faith into this, and I really, really hoped I hadn't made a mistake in doing so. My name is Yuri Shishiro, and my goal is to become a teacher in this school. I opened my eyes to find the shadowy spirit, Yoshi, had stopped dead in her tracks. I think she's dead anyway. Did it work? Was Tsukasa's pencil keeping us vengeful soul okay? I don't need a replacement. Just die. Suddenly I was whisked off my feet and slammed against the ceiling. I could see him down below. He was staring up at me desperately. He was trying to catch me, I suppose, even though he knew he never would. I called out to him over and over again in my mind. If he could get away, then he could survive this ordeal. Then it would all have been worth it. Yoshi was drawing near. I was helplessly pinned to the ceiling. I had no chance at all. There was no doubt in my mind that my life was over. I clung to the relief I felt at Sugasa's safety. It was the only thing keeping me from losing my head entirely. And then, all at once, the situation took a complete 180. It was like a miracle. Dun, dun, dun. Yoshi Shinozaki, stop right there. Before I had any idea what was happening, I found myself bathed in a gentle light. The woman from the Oh.
Our friendly apartment ghost is not having that.
I'm sorry, I was unable to protect you. But now at least the evil will spread no further. It was the old woman who had collapsed in front of my house. She was standing down below me, enveloped in a warm glow. She is not making happy noises whatsoever here. That shouted instantly, and there was a horrific noise, and the old woman was gone. And just like that, I fell to the ground. Whatever Yoshi had done to me, the old woman must have nullified it. That must have been why she came to me this morning, and why she had come again now. I felt like I was going to faint. Tsukasa ran to my side and gently scooped me off the ground and into his arms. Yoshi's spirit was gone. She'd vanished along with the light. Around us now, the only sound was the pitter-patter of raindrops on the school roof. Shishiro? Shishiro? Tsukasa? I'd suffered quite a bump on the head from my fall, and was decidedly disoriented. But I still had enough sense to put my arms around Tsukasa's. You idiot! Did I tell you to run away? I'm sorry, I I wanted to protect you. I couldn't bear the thought of losing you, is what I wanted to say. But instead, I just passed out in his arms. She's like, okay, nap time. I felt as though I was waking from a long, horrible dream.
おい大丈夫か
Hey, you okay?
おい獅子だ
Shishida? Where are we?
本当に大丈夫
Man,
か
how hard a fall was that?
見ればわか
We're
るだろ
in the nurse's office.
学校の保健室だ
Nurse's office? Boop! It occurred to me to look at my surroundings. Probably something I should have done before asking about them, but in my defence I was out cold. Beige walls, pink curtains, white beds with solid blue covers. This was indeed the school infirmary. No doubt about it.
どうして
Why are you...
どうしてもこうしても
A
お
better
前
question
があ
is
んな
why
ところ
you're
で
here.
倒れてたか
I
ら
found you
ここ
passed
に
out
連れ
and
てき
found
てや
out
ったん
there,
じ
so
ゃ
I carried you in.
あんなところ
Where exactly?
おいおいまだ具合悪い
Did
ん
you
じゃ
get
ない
a
のか
concussion or something?
肛門だよ
It was
肛門
right by the school gate.
肛門に
The
私
school gate?
そこに
That's where you
倒
found
れて
me?
そうだけど
Uh-huh. Ring any bells?
私
But I was
確
trapped
かに
inside the
学校
school
の中で
and
ヨシエ
running
さん
from
から
your
逃げ
sheet,
た
wasn't I?
そうだ
Oh, I
腕を
shot
怪我した
my arm. It's probably broken.
腕
Oh, wait,
なんと
my
も
arm's okay?
ない
はあ
Your arm?
夢
Was it a dream? No,
うんそん
couldn't
なはず
be.
ない
I mean,
だって
it
本当
really
に痛
hurt.
くて痛くて
And
死
I
んじゃいそうだっ
really
た
thought
の
I was going to die.
ああまあなんか
Well,
様
there's
子
still
が
a
変
little
だ
bit
け
of
ど
salts, but I'm glad you're
とにか
safe
く無事で
anyway.
こういうのって虫
I
の
guess
知
you
らせっ
could
て言
say
うん
I
だ
had a
な
gut feeling maybe.
なんとなく気になっ
I
て
just
お
got
前ん家に行ったら
stopped by your
お前のお
house
母さん
and
に
your mom told me you'd
学
gone back
校
to
に行った
school.
って聞いてな
So I came by to
そしたら
find you and
あんなところ
well,
に倒れ
I
てるん
found
だ
you.
司
I see you
君
guys slapping boops. I'm weakly on his lap, but I did my best and booped him on the thigh.
Boop, 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 boop.
I passed
Okay,
him
are
on
they
the
trying to
boops.
boop me or are they trying to boop Tsukasa?
うんうんまあとりあえず
Yes, yes.
詳しい
pretend to flag
話
some
は
such
後で
later
聞くから
on.
さ
Right now there's something I've got to do,
Just
so
what
hang on a sec.
あ
Okay,
司君
where are you going,
ちょっ
Tsukasa?
と
I wanted to ask you about
ヨシエ
Yoshi.
さんのこと聞く
あら、宍戸さん、
Mega
目が覚めたのね。
Nice to see you awake.
先生
Booping themselves, I see.
Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop.
驚いたわよ。三国くんが結相会で私を呼びに来るんだもの。私が到直でよかったわね。
Lucky for you, I was working late tonight.
ご迷惑をおかけしてすみません
I'm so sorry to have troubled you.
それはいいのよ。
It's
で
fine,
も
of
あな
course.
たずいぶんうなされていたから
You were
悪い
really
夢でも
annoying
見てたんじゃ
yesterday.
ない？
Were you having nightmares?
悪い
Nightmares?
そうよ。
Seems
三
like
国
you
く
were.
んもすごく
Mikuni
心
was
配してた
worried
わ
sick
よ。
about you.
Aww.
Oh.
やっぱり
Just
夢
tweets.
なんだ
So, it really
前
was
に
just a
怖い
nightmare
話
then?
とか聞いちゃったし
Maybe that scary story this afternoon was just too much
とも
for
か
me.
くもう大丈夫？
Are you feeling a little better now at least?
はい
Yeah.
さあ、よかったわ。
That's good. The nurse smiled cheerfully and disappeared behind the partitioning curtain. Letting out a sigh, I laid myself down on the bed once more. Boop, boop, boop. It was dead silent. The rain must have let up. The only sound I heard was an occasional cough from the nurse, who was otherwise going about her business quietly.
そういえば
Oh,
ペンケー
wait,
ス
what about the pen case? I thrust my hands into my pockets, not really expecting to find it, but
ちゃんとある
there it is. The pen case, complete with Tsukasa's pencil talisman inside, was present and accounted for, which meant that
私
I
やっ
made
ぱ
it
り
to my
教室には
classroom.
行ったんだやっぱり
Maybe it wasn't a dream after all?
おーい
Hey. Oh, Tsukasa.
Tsukasa-kun,
Welcome back. I was still trying to remember exact details about what happened when I unexpectedly felt something cold pressed against my cheek.
これって
What are you?
お前うなされて
You
た
were
だろ
sleeping pretty restlessly,
汗
you
も
know.
かいてたし
And sweating an awful
喉
lot,
乾いた
so
ん
I
じゃない
figured
か
you
な
might
と
be
思って
thirsty.
さ
Here,
What?
it's a cafe only.
Coffee.
You remembered her favorite drink?
あ
That's so
あり
cute.
がとう
Oh, thank you. Tsukasa went out of his way to buy this just for me.
I was fucking stupid and assumed it meant that he was kissing her on the cheek, and then I was like, wait a minute, she said it was cold.
He's cold, he did.
He did, he is zombie.
It was a lovely gesture. How can I possibly refuse?
お前さ
Hey,
明日という
tomorrow,
か
or
もう
I guess it's today now, but
推
either
薦
way.
の試験だろ
Don't you have an entrance
何時
exam
から
to
だ
take? What time does it start? at 9.
あと4時間か。
So in 4 hours then. God, I don't even want to think about that right now. Not after the day I just had.
The fuck are they doing at 5 a.m. at the school?
Why is the nurse here at 5 a.m. claiming she's working late?
Boop. Boop.
What the fuck was she doing? Boop, 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 boop. Somebody just booked Tsukasa on the dick.
Please don't touch the teenagers.
Please don't touch the teenagers. I've been put through hell on earth. Taking a test was the furthest thing from my mind.
I mean, I guess it was technically one of the
If it
teenagers
was
who
one
did
of
it.
those two, then yeah, I guess it's fine because they're the same age. But
Anyone else, don't touch the
anyone else,
teenagers.
everyone else, don't touch the teenagers. I was in tears and I had no idea why.
He's being tickled in the armpit.
He's being tickled. Tickle, 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 tickle. Maybe it was because I was so relieved, so glad to be alive. Okay, hey, Shishido, can you stand?
ちょうどいいから、お前
Diamond's
にいい
just
もの
right,
見せて
so
み
I'm
る
gonna show you something good.
いいもの
Something good?
おうそうだな。
Yeah.
むしろ
Or rather, it's something I
お前
really
には
want you to see
見て
if
ほ
you're
し
up
い
to
な。
it. What?
Nothing.
He's like, sure, I guess. My nose was still running, but my heart.
Is it
felt
gonna
a
be
lot
from
lighter.
Long Island?
So gonna have a Long Island accent.
Sorry, go ahead.
I no longer felt threatened by the school. I was comfortable and safe. And the two of us left the nurse's office with Tsukasa in the lead. And even though I was holding a cold coffee in my hands, I still felt warm all over. Neither of us said a thing as he led me through the empty halls. It occurred to me that when we last saw one another, I was mad at him.
ほら、シシド。
Look, Shishido, we're here.
ここって
I think they must be trying to boop you because they're still booping on a black screen.
They're trying to boot me.
I'm assuming because I mean the screen's black.
Isn't this just the walkway between the
まあ
buildings?
まあ、もうすぐだから
Wait,
ちょっ
you'll
と
see
待
in
って
a
な。
minute.
もうすぐ
See what? I had no idea what I was looking for. I just kept staring at him, but his eyes were fixed on the window leading out into the walkway. As I gazed upon him in profile, I felt my heart skip a beat. I have been booped on the face.
謝らなくちゃいけない
I have to apologise for what happened yesterday, but I just wasn't sure what to say. I'd let my feelings get the better of me and reprimanded him for behaviour that was, at least at the time, entirely reasonable. There was more to it than that though. There was one particular reason, more than any other, that made it hard for me to think of the words to say here. He and I had run from Yoshi together. We escaped her wrath against insurmountable odds. Fucking hell. And what if that wasn't all just a
お
dream?
出てきたぞ。
Bingo, here we go. Huh? I followed Tsukasa's pointing finger and... Oh, it's beautiful.
朝日
What an absolutely stunning sunrise.
俺、ここ
It's
でよく
actually the
夕日
sunset
を
I
眺め
enjoy
てるん
watching
だ
most
けど
from
さ。
here. But the sunrise is pretty great too.
綺麗だよ
It's gorgeous. The whole town's
血
painted
がオレン
on.
ジ
Uh oh, Spirit's allergic to
元
it.
気出てきた。
I'm allergic. Looks like you're back in good spirits again.
ここって
This is
司
the
くんの言
place
って
you were
た
talking about, isn't
例
it?
の
おう、うん。
Oh, yeah, it is.
今まで
You've been
絶
keeping
対
this
に教
spot from me all
え
this
てくれな
time,
かったの
so why now?
どうして今日
Why
は
are you showing it to me today?
別になんと
No
なく
reason, really.
なんとなく
No reason, huh? I could think of a reason, but I didn't say anything. It just seemed kind of far-fetched to me, and if I were misinterpreting him, I'd be very embarrassed. Yeah, they are cute. I agree. He couldn't possibly, could he? My face felt kind of warm. Everything feels warm to you, Yuri.
Except for the drink. The drink was
Sure
cold.
hope nothing bad happens. I placed the sweaty cafe au lait can on my cheek and sighed
どうした
softly.
顔赤いぞ。
You feeling okay? Your face is really red. What? It is?
まだ具合悪いんじゃ
You're
ないの
not
か。
still feeling faint, are you?
そんな
No,
こと
no,
ないよ
nothing like that. It's just...
その
It's the sun.
朝日
So
が
with lights playing off of my skin, that's all.
おう、な
He
る
has
ほど
been
な。
booked. Okay. Now, kiss. Boys can be so dense sometimes.
試験頑
Good
張
luck
れ。
on the exam, by the way.
今
Head
から
back now
す
and
ぐ
get ready.
戻
You
って
should
準
tell
備
me
す
to
るや。
make it.
ありがとう
Thank you.
司
That's what I
くん
like
のそ
about
れ
you, Tsukasa.
え
Also,
さ
I'm sorry.
いや
For
えっ
what?
とそう
Well,
Kino.
just that yesterday things might have
な
seemed
ん
a
か
little
ちょっ
awkward
と
between
気ま
us
ずくなっちゃったし
after talking about that
七不
school
思議
legend, remember?
ああ
Oh,
ああ
yeah.
そんなこともあったっけ
I think I remember something like that.
そんなこともって
What do you mean
私は結
something
構
like
気に
that?
してた
I
んだ
was
けど
really
ね
bothered by it, you know?
女子はほんと細かい
You
こと
get
気にするよ
obsessed
な
with the little things
俺は
sometimes.
全然何と
Me,
も
I
思っ
didn't
てな
think
かった
anything
の
of
に
it.
そっか
Really now. I let out another sigh and turned back towards the morning sun, stretching my arms skyward as a sudden wave of exhaustion overcame me. The day just got brighter bit by bit, and I stood there, silently trying to piece together all the jumbled thoughts rattling around inside my head. I was running away from Yoshi, and Tsukasa was with me. And then I was saved by that old woman.
やっぱり
It really was just a dream, huh?
あんなの
It would be a shame if something bad were to happen. As the bright rays of the sun washed over me, I felt new life and new hope welling up from within. And I finally came to terms with those horrid events. Most likely I got the pen case without incident, but then on the way back out, something hit my head and knocked me out. That would just be my luck.
あちょっとシシド
Oh,
動く
hey,
ない
Shishino, no, don't move.
そのまま
Stay right
So-
there, just like that. I didn't know what he was planning to do, but he was staring right at
Push her.
me. What?
Nothing.
Push her? Knock her off again. It felt kind of like he was staring at my phone, and then what? Slowly, Tsukasa drew his face towards mine.
Fuck's sake.
これ
Is he?
シシド
Shishino? No way. Is he really going to?
これ
I shut my eyes. I was ready for this, or maybe I just didn't want to look.
Yeah, looking at someone when you kiss them is fucking weird.
But the next sensation I felt wasn't quite the one I was expecting.
これ
Shishino, what happened here? Hmm? He grabbed my arm for some reason and was staring down at it intently.
何よ紛らわしい
The
な
hell? What is he doing?
Good.
What is that? Seriously, I had no idea that was there. Turns out he was just concerned by the strange bruise I had apparently received, which had momentarily become visible when I raised my arms. It was right around my elbow, right where Yoshi had grabbed me in my dream.
痛そうだな
Looks like it hurts.
全然痛
It
くない
doesn't
けど
hurt at all, actually, but
けど
what?
うん
Never mind, it's
何で
nothing.
もないよ
Giving a wry smile, I gently pulled my arm from his grip.
ねえ司
Hey,
君
Tsukasa?
ん
Yeah.
帰る前に
Before we go home, I have a favor to ask
なん
you.
だよ
What is it?
で
Would you
つ
mind
ない
if
でもい
we
い
held hands?
手
Held hands? Yeah, just for a little. Or is that asking too
ダメ
much?
かななんでという彼の
When
言
he
葉に
asked why I wanted to do this, I fed him his own line. I just told him, no reason.
そっと指
We
先を
only joined
掴んだだ
fingertips,
け
but for
の
the
軽
first
いも
time
の
it
だったけど
really felt like I was connected to
初め
another
て
person's heart.
私
I
は
remember
お
feeling
互いの
so
心が
happy.
つながっているのを感じた気がしてとても嬉しかっ
Thought
た
I'd be really pissed if they actually had a kiss scene and the fucking lesbians didn't.
Yeah.
ゆい先生ゆい先生
Go away, Satoshi.
Fucking ruin it.
Get out of her house.
ゆい
Miss
先
Yui,
生って
please. I knew I'd heard that voice before, but who was it? Was I just dreaming again? I still felt like I was holding Tsugasa's hand, though.
ゆい先生って
Miss
手
Yuri, your hand, your hand.
Your hand.
Get it off me. Oh,
やっと起きた
good you're awake. Huh? What? Mochida?
そうだよ
That's
持田
right,
聡
it's
だよ
Satoshi Mochida.
え
I was still dazed and I had no idea what was going on. All I knew is that one of my students, Satoshi Mochida, was here, and he looked concerned.
あのゆい先
Miss
生
Yui, your hand is... What?
あら
Oh my... I finally realised what he was talking about. I was holding Mochida's hand in my own, squeezing it awfully tightly.
You know, you could have just scooted back.
私ったら
It's not hard, Satoshi.
Excuse me, please, I'm so sorry.
いいけどさ
No problem. Though I have to say, you have a really strong grip,
結
Miss
構
Yui.
握力
あらそう
Yeah?
これでも
In the past, I
昔は
was
か弱く
renowned
儚
far
い
wide for
美
being
少
a
女
weak
と
and
して
dainty young
巷
beauty,
に
you
な
know.
と
No,
それどこから突っ込んでいいの
respond to that.
手厳しい
Or
わ
you
ね
could say something nice. Mochida was a good student. He and I got along well, and we were already falling back into our usual pattern of good-natured ribbing, except...
ちょっと待って
Wait a minute,
どうして
why are you
持田君が
here?
うちに
それさっき話した
Well,
じゃん
that's... I told you earlier, didn't I? I guess I shouldn't
そ
be
の調
surprised
子
you
じゃ
don't remember anything.
何
何も
What am I supposed to remember exactly?
さっき俺の作ったおか
A
ゆ
little
食っ
while
て
ago, you ate
薬
some
飲んで
porridge I made
また
and
寝た
took
じゃない
medicine
か
before passing out again.
その時
Told you
話したのに
then. You did?
本当に綺麗さっぱり
Have you
覚えてない
seriously forgotten all of that?
全然
Completely.
笑えないよ
Laugh. Jeez. What you decide and pointed at the table.
あれ山崎先生からの
From Mr.
届け物
Yamazaki.
もしかして
Wait,
わざ
did
わ
you
ざ
go all
それを
this way
届け
to
に
the
来てくれ
Galapagos?
そうだよ
Yep.
そしたらゆい先生があんまりにひどい状態だったから飯作ってキッチン借りていいって言ったのはモネだから
Money said I could borrow your kitchen.
What I said.
Money said. Money did, did he?
モネちゃんがね
I stroked Money's neck and he lay down contentedly on my futon. Right. The entire last section we've just played was a memory, but she was dreaming about said memory. This is real. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Such a pretty kitty. I was getting kind of wrapped up in petting him as often as I did. As I often did. I almost forgot Moshida was here until he let out a huge sigh.
ゆい先生玄関の
Also,
鍵
Miss
は
Yui, leaving your
閉めない
front
と不
door
用心
unlocked
だよ
is really dangerous.
あら開いてた
Oh, was it open? Yeah.
今
Lucky
回
I
ば
was
か
the
り
one
は
to discover that.
開いてて助
You
かったけ
really
ど
need to be more careful.
気をつけるわ
Surely noted. Thanks.
なんで笑
Well,
うの
afraid it's a game. Anything is possible in a game. Did I say something
持
funny?
田君
No,
私のお
you
母
just
さ
sound
ん
like
み
my
たいだか
mother.
ら
うわ複雑
Yikes. Don't think I like the implications there. I didn't mean to laugh. I must have seemed kind of deranged, but I could always blame it on the fever. Mochida looked at me and let out another sigh. Anything! My poor sense of humour must have been getting to him.
でもまあ
Well, you sure seem a
だい
lot
ぶ
better
元気にな
now
ってきた
than
みたいで
you were when I
よか
got
った
here,
よ
so that's something.
え
I
そう
feel
みた
better
い
too.
結構寝てたもんな
You slept like a
ゆ
rock,
い
Miss
先
Yui.
生
そうね
That's right. I woke up this
確
morning
か
feeling dizzy and
今
chilled.
朝風邪で
I
め
called
まい
in
がし
sick,
て
put out food for Moni,
学校
and
にお休
I
みで
don't
電
remember
話
a
を
thing
して
after
あ
that.
れコンビニ行ったんじゃないの
Oh, you don't remember going to the convenience store?
コンビニ
The convenience store?
うん
Yeah,
冷却シー
I
トと
found
弁
cold
当があっ
packs
て
and snacks. Let's see.
ほらこれレシートの時間
Time on the receipt.
計
Was
算に
this
なってる
one?
けど
本当だ
Yes, exactly, B. Oh, you're right.
もしかして
How
ゆ
can
い
you
先
possibly not remember going to the store?
生うわーも
That's
う
just
しっかりしてくれ
seriously, you need to
よ
put yourself together. You didn't go in your
パジャマ
pajamas
で
or
出か
anything,
けた
did
り
you?
し
そんなことは
Well, I don't
ないと思うけ
think
ど
I did.
どうか
I
な
wouldn't be surprised.
Is that
笑
mark
っ
she
て
was
ごま
talking
か
about?
さな
Yeah,
い
mark on her arm, yeah. That's not a sentence, Raid. I don't know what that is, but it's not a sentence. So I've called the dig but he sneezed. Okay. Don't try and hide behind that
ご
laugh.
めんごめん
Sorry,
持田
sorry.
I will
君
hide anything I
私
want
のこ
behind my
と
laugh.
ずっ
Shut
と
the
看
fuck
病
up.
してくれてたの
Were you taking care of me this whole time, Mochida?
うん
Uh-huh.
In a non-creepy way, of course.
I was not
そこま
sat
で
here
ごめ
watching
ん
you
なさい
sleep the whole
ね
time.
Petting your cat without you or the cat's permission.
Wow. Wow. Wow, I'm really sorry you had to stay this late. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. He just sat there all fucking day watching her sleep.
I am also allergic to bullshit. In fact, I've got like all of the allergies, but especially bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're remembering right. I've seen that too.
Yeah, you're remembering right, V.
It's why
It's
you're
just full of shit.
It's why your dreams quite often feature places you've been and people you've seen, even though your brain could just as easily randomize something new.
Mm-hmm.
It's It's also why sometimes you'll wake up from a dream and have a deja vu moment, because you'll be processing a memory where maybe you're in a very familiar place to where you wake up, or you're with a familiar person that you wake up next to or you hang out with, and your brain goes, oh, I've seen this before. And it's like, well, yeah, because we sit on this couch all the time and play video games together all the time, and of course we dreamt about it, and now it feels familiar.
No, right, it's not that they are your memories, moment for moment. It's that your dreams are you trying to process your memories. But it's trying to process everything at once, which is why things come through so strange.
Yeah. Sometimes it can be just a direct memory, but that tends to happen a lot more rarely than random bullshit dreams that are just several thousand combined memories together.
Like, I have never been in a warehouse with Markiplier, but that doesn't mean I didn't have a dream about it.
I didn't have a dream, or I didn't have a dream about bitch smacking fucking, who was it? Fucking, it was Yoshiki. Yeah, it was him. Because I've hung out and bitch slapped him in real life. Dude, the guy isn't real. I just remembered him from a fucking video game. And it was in like a really weird situation that I'd previously been in, but instead of the other person who was in that situation, it was him, and I slapped him.
Honestly. I couldn't believe what she did been with me this whole time. I felt both guilty and grateful, and I definitely gained a new respect for him.
おかゆまだちょっと残
There's
ってる
still
か
a
ら
little porridge left. If
腹
you
減
get
ったら
hungry.
食べ
Thanks.
あとそれから
And I bought these two.
これ
You know, for the
スーパーの
supermarket,
冷蔵庫を見たら
there wasn't anything in
何
the
もな
fridge
かった
when
か
I
らさ
checked, so I figured I might as
つ
well.
いでに買っておいたよ
Where are these children getting this money? All the money to buy the coffees all the time,
Yo,
the
where
money
are
to
you
go to the
getting
store.
money?
Where the fuck are these kids getting money?
The only one of these kids that I know for a fact has a job is Yoshiki.
And he probably doesn't have money because he lives by himself.
Because he lives by himself, so the money goes to his fucking rent. So, where are all these kids getting money?
And why aren't they giving it to Yoshiki?
He needs the money.
He needs the money. He doesn't just want to have to blow for some blow, okay? He needs the money.
That's a strange dream V, and I would like to hope that's not a memory. And yes, give Yoshi money. Give him the money. The bag was quite
I
heavy.
hope it was the fucking smile dog and not
Not
fucking smile dog, because I've got questions for your therapist. Oh no, not running from the walking door.
Not the walking door.
I hate it when doors walk.
It's the fucking worst. Inside it was a bottle of orange juice, some bananas, canned peaches, apples, and other assorted fruits.
And he didn't bring me any?
Didn't bring any, fuck's sake.
Get the fuck out,
風邪の
Satoshi.
時って
Cancelled.
ビタミンを取るといいんだ
He's
ろ
been cancelled for not bringing me cans of
それ
peaches.
食べて
Oh my god.
早く
Oh
良
my
く
god,
な
I
って
should
よ
have ordered cans of peaches when I got groceries, and now I'm pissed off.
No, you're angry.
I am angry.
Oh, poor V. Vitamins. When you're the sickest you are, your body needs all the help it can get to fight back. Think of it like medicine.
持田君
Mochida.
I mean, at least it wasn't fucking the smile dog. That
Yeah. That much fruit couldn't have come cheap, especially for a high schooler. Thank you, Yui. Someone with common sense been like, why are you spending so much money on fruit? Where are you getting this money? I considered offering to pay him back.
He stole it from
decided
Yoshi.
against it. He stole it, yeah.
everyone steals their money from Yoshi.
That's why he's fucking poor.
Yeah. See, like even though it was like 5 years ago or whenever the fuck that her story took place about her coffees, she was just going over gut punching Yoshi and stealing his money to get her coffee.
Go punching a 12-year-old like, give me your money!
Yeah. He's like, but why? I need my coffee, ole.
Who are you? Why are you robbing me? I am a child. She's like, boom.
He's like, you know what? I've been treated worse.
Yeah. It's like, fine. It's okay, V. You don't have to think about it.
Yeah, don't think about it.
I knew knew he wouldn't take my money. And besides, I really appreciated the fact that he got into all this trouble for me. I'd return the favour another time. If you lived that long. If it ever seemed like he was going to be staying late after school, maybe I'd buy him dinner. Or I could help him with the preparations for the school festival.
Buying him dinner seems dodgy as being his
Yeah,
teacher.
right,
A teacher's not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
I had a teacher who I was in the 4th and 5th grade with, and she did eventually come out and go to like dinners and stuff with me. But it wasn't just with me. It was like with the entire family.
Yeah.
She had noticed I was being really aggressively bullied and stood up for me like so much.
Yeah.
So we started hanging out outside of school. Like we took her for like a dinner or something at one point, and then just kept in contact until somewhere around 10th grade, I think, when I completely lost her phone number and address and stuff, so like send the letters and shit that I was doing. But even then, if I was to hang out with her, it was with my family. And she didn't buy me shit for like when we were doing like the hanging outs and stuff. The only time she only got me stuff on 2 occasions. One was for the class. She got everybody. I think it was either a refreshment or a movie ticket. I don't remember which. But like we were reading a book, and she said if the whole class finishes, I will pay for you guys to go out to the movie theater.
Yeah.
And it'll be a field trip because she's like the school won't pay for it, but they're making a movie about the book that just happens to be in the curriculum. It's going to be in theaters as soon as we finish reading it for the curriculum. I'll take you guys to the theater because the school said no, but you know, I'll make it a field trip and I'll fund it myself. The other time was well after she wasn't my teacher anymore. This is like 5 years later.
Pause for a second. Rage, you brought this on yourself. You wanted to fucking look. Don't blame V. This is your own fucking fault. Continue.
Yeah, don't blame the poor moderator. Leave him alone. The other thing that she got was she went on like a vacation or something and brought back a gift for myself, my sister, and my mom. Didn't know what to get for my dad, so didn't get him anything. But everybody else got a little gift.
No.
But even then, that was several years after she wasn't my teacher anymore, and by that point she was retired.
Yeah.
So that's fine. But being like, you are currently my student, and I'm just gonna go buy you dinner sometime, that's gonna look sketchy as fuck.
That really will, yeah. Like, she means well by it, but it's still fucking dodgy.
Yeah. Like, if she was gonna give him money back, she shouldn't give it to him either.
No.
She should go to his parents. On like a parent teacher night, or agree to meet them somewhere, not his house, anywhere else.
Yeah.
And give them the money and say, hey, I wasn't feeling good, and your son, you know, got me a gift or whatever. I want to return the favor, so here is the money, and give it to the parents.
Yeah.
Because especially with their age gap being only 5 years, it would look dodgy as fuck.
Yeah.
Sorry, rant over.
Rant over.
I've just been at school with dodgy teachers and shit like that before, and it like irritates me.
Yeah.
It's like, do you not realize how that sounds, woman? Wee woman.
Well, it's getting late. I should go.
Oh, you're ending the stream right
道
now?
わかるかしら
Bye.
途中まで見送りに行くわよ
Oh, will you be okay? Do you know your way back? If you'd like, I can take you at least part of the way.
大丈
It's
夫だよ
fine. Just go back to sleep.
ゆい先生はおとなしく寝てて
Just go back to sleep, Mizzy.
まだ
Are you
上司じゃ
okay?
ないんだし
No.
第一
You gonna throw up
夜
your
道を
nachos?
女の人一人で歩くなんて
It was the big red coming back to bite me. You're not better yet. And besides, it isn't safe for a woman to walk alone at night.
But it's safe for a child. Makes
君
sense.
は
Makes
優
sense.
しいねそういうとこキュンとしちゃう
Maybe, I don't know, call your parents, have them come get you.
You want to steal his shirt?
Wait, what?
V wants to steal Satoshi's shirt.
Why?
Because it's cute and he wants it.
Okay, fair enough. Just leave him with either the undershirt or the top shirt and take only the other one, thanks.
No Nikes.
No Nikes.
He just wants the white one.
Fair enough.
It is a nice shot, yes.
I'm watching the stream from my phone so that I can see the chat because I can't see it from down on your lap. And I just have to say, I'm so sorry for my coughing because, like, I can fucking hear it. It's so loud.
Yeah.
That's with me muffling it.
Because his shirt is white. That's why white rain.
What? I'm lost.
I'm confused. I'm going back to reading.
Okay. Have fun.
Oh, you're such a sweetie. Seeing how much you care just makes my heart skip a beat.
あれそういうこと
does it
俺に
now?
言っていいの
I'm not sure you should be saying something like that to me, Miss Yui.
なんで
Huh? Why not? Mochida and I joked like this a lot. Usually it made him blush and get adorably embarrassed. But not today. Today he just grinned sheepishly with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I didn't quite get it. What was his angle?
You don't get to call him mischievous. You're the adult here.
先生の恋人
Who's Sukasa, Miss Yui? Is it your boyfriend?
どうしてそれ
ゆい先生寝てる時ずっとその人のこと呼んでたようなされながら何度も司くん
What?
Wonderful.
誰なんだよ
B's gonna steal his shirt and wear it to prom. So, who is he? That crafty Mochida had turned the tables on me. And how embarrassing to know that I'd been calling Tsukasa's name. Oh, well,
それ
I hesitated to answer for a moment, but then figured, what the hell, why not?
朝くんはね
Tsukasa was my first love.
私の初
ふーん
Oh,
その様子じゃ
judging by your actions the other way, you must have seriously been head over heels for him. What? Why? Yeah, I am struggling, I'm sorry.
だって
Well, when I got here, you
先
thought I
生
was
さっき
Tsukasa.
すごかった
It was
よ
unbelievable.
やだ
Why are you stealing more kidneys?
He's always stealing kidneys.
Wow. Oh, wait.
You
what were
have Miss Yui's
saying?
kidney. She's recently deceased. It's
ゆ
fine.
い先生
What?
顔赤いよ
You know, considering that this is all in the past, she's recently deceased. You can just steal her kidney.
Whose kidney?
Miss Yui's kidney.
Oh, okay.
What did you think I was talking about?
I don't know. Whose fucking kidneys are we stealing?
Miss Yui's.
Miss Yui, your face is beet red.
これは
That's just my fever, I swear.
Your face is beet red.
まあいいや
Mm-hmm.
そういう
that's
ことに
fine.
して
I'll
あ
let
げる
you believe whatever you want to believe. Oh,
あんまり大人を
come on.
から
Whatever
かわない
happened
で
to respecting your elders? You shouldn't mess with adults. We're
だって
far
こんな
today.
ゆい先
We
生
never get to see you
め
like
った
this.
に見れ
Who
ない
is
か
we,
らさ
Satoshi? Who is we? Who have you brought in? Who is hiding in the walls?
Judd.
Judd's in the walls.
That or it's Yoshiki.
Yoshiki's in the walls. I don't remember. I don't know what I missed. I missed the thing. V's in the walls.
Yoshiki's in the walls trying to get his money back.
Either way, I was in his debt, so he could tease me all he wanted. Just this once.
うっと
Oh crap, I really have to be going.
そろそろ
Yuka's
帰ら
gonna
ない
be
と
really angry with me.
今日はありがとね
Thanks for everything.
もう暗い
It's
から
dark out,
気
so
をつけ
please
て
be
帰る
careful
の
on your way home.
はーい
No worries.
それじゃあ
Be
先生
careful around your
食
sister.
事をきちんととって
Careful around your sister.
頑張って
I miss you. Be
早
sure
く
to
直して
eat
くれ
right
よ
and
She can't be
get
trusted.
better ASAP. You hear me? Of course, I'll kick this in no time.
ファイト
Fight the good fight.
ありがとう
Never.
Never.
いい子
I
だ
only fight bad fights
町田君
where
は
I'm gonna lose.
You.
来いかあの子は生徒だぞ
What a good kid, that Mochida. I better be careful though. He is my student after all. Yes, Yui. Stop.
おいで
Give
マ
me
ネ
a
ちゃん
money. You sleep with mommy
一緒に
tonight.
ね
I miss you, Tsukasa.
つかさくん
But what happened to him?
Deb.
Gone. Clear.
You know, I love how. So we're trying to get all the bad endings, and we're making the choices that like should lead us to bad endings. We feel by our gut, not using like a guide or anything, which is why we miss some. But I love how you were trying to make bad decisions. Like, hide behind the podium.
Intentionally trying to make shit decisions, and I fucking did it again. I got through it without failing.
I can't believe you did that. What's wrong with you?
No. Okay, I will come back and go through because I have saves.
Well, should we ask if they want to do that tonight?
Okay. Do you want me to do the bad ends? Because I have saves here. Yes. Yes. Okay. V wants me to do the bad ends. Do the shit. Do it. Do it. Okay. In that case, you can sleep then.
今なら誰もどうしようかな。
No longer sleepy. Okay, well, in that case, I'm gonna go for a very quick break, so that I will be able to just sit here and power through the rest of the ends in one go.
Do you know how many there are?
5. I think they're all related to this. So I can leave, and then I'm assuming there's one if I hide in the locker. I'm assuming there's one if I hide under the podium and stay there rather than leaving.
And then there's one if you try to break the glass.
And yeah, so I will just pick the opposites of whatever I picked the first time, and see how that goes. No, V, you are loved. We love you. Our precious son. But yes, I will be quick, and I will be back, and we can do this. Yo-ho. I have returned. Okay, so backspace, that's it. Backspace. Hi B. Okay, so I picked this one last time, so I'm just gonna pick this one because I'm assuming it would be one of the easier choices to make to find a bad ending. Hello.
ダメダメ
Okay, I really don't have time to play around right now. I should get out of here. I decided it would be best to put my yearnings aside and leave the classroom behind. Well, that particular one turned out to be nothing at all. Guess it's all just superstition. I couldn't believe I'd gotten all indignant with Tsukasa over something so trivial. Thinking about it now, it seemed kind of ridiculous.
家に帰ろう
Alright,
かな
time to head home.
今日明日に備え
I have to
て
get to bed early, so I'll be ready for tomorrow. With this in mind, I walked towards the classroom door and took one step out into the hall. When suddenly... Huh? The door slid shut on its own with incredible force, and my neck was trapped in a narrow opening between them. I dug my nails into the door first, trying to open it back up. The more I pushed on it, the pushed back, the further pushed in my neck. I was swelling my lungs, twisting at the bottom of my lip, trying everything I could to stay
なんで
still. Why?
なんで
Why? Why? My neck was cramped tight like I could feel the blood rushing through my head. It's literally the same volume it's been the entire time raised. I couldn't breathe. Opening my mouth in terror, I stuck my tongue out as if trying to swallow the air. Forcefully shaking my head left and right, I swiveled my body to face the ceiling. That's when I saw the tall, pitch-black silhouette of a person. Did you turn your volume up? Hold on. A silent scream swarmed its way out of my throat. Yeah, I think your phone might be bugging as well because it sounds fine. Oh no, calm down. But the door was still pressing onto my neck. I can't. Tsukasa. Hello, bucket of the water. Nice to see you. Did you have a good nap at least? My vision whirled and I felt a sensation of falling. At the same time, a lukewarm liquid began pouring over my face. The greatest nap yet. I am so glad to hear that.
Eh?
What? As I was struggling to make sense of what was happening to me, the door that had been violently crushing my neck quietly slid open. The floor of the schoolhouse came down hard on my head. My vision had gone white and begun blurring, but I could still see.
私の体が
I can see my body. She is about to have an eternal nap, yes. I was rolling across the hallway, and there, in the doorframe, I caught sight of my own headless torso collapsing in a heap on the floor.
何が
What just happened? The last thing I saw, out of the corner of one bloodshot, unfocusing eye, was the familiar figure of the old woman from this morning. Uh-oh. She decap. Boom! Oopsies! Hee hee. Right, and I think the rest of them I can. Whoopsie doodles. The rest of them I think I can get from here. Maybe. Yes, the fear was back in full force. I had to find somewhere to hide. What if I'd accidentally summoned something inhuman? I mean, whatever that was, I begged it for help. I literally invited it in. I need to hide. But where? Supply locker. I hurriedly squeezed myself into the metal locker where the classroom's cleaning supplies were kept. It was still pitch black, but in the room, so I really couldn't spare the time it would take to remove its contents. Instead, I just contorted myself to fit. The locker was thick with the smells of mould and varnish. If I can hold my breath for just a little while, I think I'll be safe in here. So I waited. I waited for the footsteps to pass by and fade into the distance, signalling that it was safe to emerge. Whoever it is had better hurry. I feel like I'm going to suffocate if I'm in here much longer. Still, it felt a lot safer in the locker than it did out in the room. But the footsteps weren't receding, they were just getting louder, closer, faster. Oh, I hate that. Woo! And then they came to a sudden halt. They were close, just outside the locker. I peered through the ventilation holes amidst the utter darkness of the classroom. There wasn't a soul to be seen. I'm okay. As long as I stay in here, I'll be fine. I'm not sure why I believed that. Maybe because I needed to. Maybe it's because it was so dark, or because I felt so much calmer in such a tight space where nothing could possibly sneak up behind me. I didn't know why, and I didn't care. I just knew that as far as I was concerned, I was safe in here. So I stood, motionless and cramped, and I waited. I didn't have to wait long. What was that? It sounded like a door locking. Suddenly apprehensive, I gently nudged the supply closet door, just to make sure it would still open for me when I wanted it to. No, it's locked! Found you. I let out a sudden yelp at this unknown voice and tried with all my might to push open the door, blocking my escape. No, please! Please, let me out! Let me out! Is somebody still here? You'll need to be punished for that. There was a brief moment of silence following the eerie voice's unsettling proclamation. And then... crash, crunch, the metal walls around me on all four sides began warping inwards as if the supply locker had somehow been fed into a trash compactor. Ow! What's going on? There was no force I could imagine that should have been able to do this, but it was happening. This already confined space was steadily closing in on me. No! It hurts! Open the door! Let me out! Crash, crunch. The collapse of the locker all around me continued slowly and steadily. I could feel all manner of things pushing and cutting into my body. My vision went bright red. One of the blood vessels in my eyes probably burst from the pressure. I wasn't going to last much longer. The ventilation holes in the locker door were now pressed right up against my face, and through them I could just barely make out the figure of a person. It was the old woman from this morning. She was standing just outside the slats, staring right into my eyes. It was the last sight I would ever see as the locker finally, inevitably smashed in my skull. Crash, crunch, crack, splat. Dun dun dun. Okay. So. Pleasant. So nice. Wrong end, crunchy. Yeah. Feels like she's just destined to be crushed by things, isn't she? Okay, so I'm gonna hide by the teacher's podium again. And instead of running away, I'm gonna stay there. Because I thought running away earlier would have been the worst choice to make, but no, it was the good choice. For some reason. You had some crunchy chocolate ice cream. Now every time you're gonna have crunchy chocolate ice cream, you're gonna think of Miss Yui in the locker. I hurriedly hid myself beneath the teacher's podium. I grabbed my knees, curled up, and made myself as small as I could. What is this? What is happening? The footsteps continued to draw nearer and nearer. Clump, 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 clump. Little by little, the sound grew louder. Every hair on my body was standing on end. Please, just pass by. Please. I silently held my breath, clasped my hands together, and silently prayed. Glum, 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 glum. They were close now. Very, very close. Oh, please, God. Why was this happening? I couldn't make any sense of it. I just wanted it to be over. I prayed to God that it would end. Was this what the old woman was trying to warn me about? Was this all happening because I ignored her? Because I didn't take the paper doll from her? Was it because I'd heard the ghost story of Yoshi and allowed it to get to me? Or did the strange events of the day have nothing to do with what was happening to me now? It feels like my heart's gonna burst out of my chest. I was still holding my breath. I didn't dare let even the tiniest of sounds escape and give away my position. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, tap. The consistent rhythm of the footsteps suddenly ended halfway into one of its cycles. And it ended right in front of this very classroom. Hello, Raid, welcome back. I had goosebumps up and down my arms and legs. I stopped praying and clasped my hands over my mouth. Actually, I am gonna save there. Just because I think there's still other bad ends I could get, like taking the broom and stuff. So I'm gonna save here, just so that I don't have to go back to the start the entire fucking time. I knew I'd scream if I didn't. Could this be Yoshi? Was the school legend real? All I could do was close my eyes and keep my mouth shut and hope that whoever or whatever this was would just go away. But the footstep sounds didn't start again. If this was indeed Yoshi, then she'd stopped in front of the classroom and was just standing there. I had no concept of time anymore. I stayed in my hiding spot for what was probably only a few minutes, but felt like at least an hour. Oh, poor doggos. Maybe whoever it was is gone? I decided to carefully peek out from onto the podium. I gingerly edged my head out just far enough to get a glimpse of the room when suddenly... The footsteps rang out once more. It sounded like they were headed right for me, and they might have been inside the room, but I honestly couldn't tell. Aww, poor doggos. I scrambled back into my hiding spot and covered my mouth with both hands. This was too much for me. My breathing was coarse and erratic, and my face was a mess of tears and snot. Oh God, please save me. I was inconsolable. The footsteps just wouldn't stop. What on earth were they doing? It almost seemed like they were running around in circles just to scare me. Stop it! Please, stop it! I mouthed these words over and over again, and moved my hands to my ears in a vain attempt to block out this torturous sound. And as if in response, the sound changed. It was a loud, dull thud, followed by silence. No more footsteps. I'd heard that sound hundreds of times before. It was the classroom door sliding open. I peeked out, but the door was still tightly shut. How could that be? If the sound I heard wasn't the door, then what was it? What little safety I'd felt here was pretty much gone, but to be fair, I wasn't absolutely certain the spirit had seen or heard me either. The prospect of stepping out into the open wasn't a desirable one, but I had to decide if it was better to stay where I was, or to make a break for it. Actually, I'm going to say there instead. Save, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Right. So I made a break for it last time, so I'm going to stay hidden. I'll keep hiding. It'll pass by, for sure. It'll be okay. But it only took a moment for that decision to come back and bite me. My body was suddenly weighed down. In an instant, without knowing what was happening, my fetally positioned form was essentially locked in place. It was like a boulder had fallen on top of me and was resting on my arched back. I twisted and shuffled myself around, trying to shake it off, but the more I struggled, the heavier it became. And what's more, it felt like it was slowly inching its way up towards my head, as if it were planning on dropping down in front of my face. Was this a person? Guess who? It was a female voice, reverberating ominously as if bubbling up from the depths of hell. I squirmed violently, desperate to throw her off of me. Shall we play tag together? My vision went red, or at least it felt that way. Whoever was on my back had dug her razor-sharp fingernails right into my eyes. I collapsed on the spot. The pain was instantaneous and unbearable. I could no longer hold my position. I could no longer focus on anything but this agony. My eyes! My eyes! Bad children must be punished. The pain shot through my head in waves. It was indescribable, unthinkable. I couldn't take it any longer. My consciousness faded and I was gone. I would never know exactly what happened to me, but maybe I was better off that way. Pleasant. Absolutely delightful. Okay, so I'm gonna make a break for it. We're gonna run. Run, Forrest, run. Staying in one place for too long seemed like it would be inviting trouble, so I took a deep breath and reluctantly crawled out as quietly as I could. But almost immediately, I felt something. Tap. Something long and thin had struck me in the back of the head. Perhaps struck isn't the right word. There was a little force behind it, but it wasn't a hard slam. More like someone trying to get my attention. Is that a wooden rod? Or no, it's a finger? I knew I wouldn't like what I was going to see, but I had to face whatever this was, so I turned around. And there, looming over me, was... Is someone still here? Go home, child. A figure was peering down at me from the podium, with one emaciated wishbone-like finger extended towards my face. I recognized this person instantly. No doubt about it. This was the strange old woman who'd supposedly passed away earlier. I was scared out of my mind. I tumbled the rest of the way out from under the podium and shot to my feet. A ghost! There really was a ghost in this school. My breathing was ragged and my heart was pounding so hard I thought I might explode. Plowing through all the desks in my way, I ran as fast as I could toward the classroom door. But that was as far as I could go.
You are gay.
You're gay. What's wrong? There, on the other side of the door, tight up against the glass, was the old woman. She was glowing bluish white, the source of the light from earlier. But how in the world did she get to the door before I did? How did she get out of the room so quickly and position herself so perfectly to block my exit? I felt like I was starting to hyperventilate and tried as best as I could to calm my breathing as my eyes darted about the room. I needed to get out of here, now, to get as far away from this place as I possibly could. If the front door's blocked, then maybe I can get out through the back? Oh, but if I do that, I can't leave the school without running right past her. There's no way she'd let me by. I have to do something. I bit my lip and continued scanning the room. Something. If I just had something I could use to fight back. I didn't have time to think carefully about it. I just had to grab something and hope for the best. There were two choices, and I had to pick one on impulse before it was too late. Okay, I picked the salt last time, which is there. So I'm gonna broom. A broom from the cleaning supply locker. That might work. Maybe I could fend her off with it. It was a long shot, but it was better than just standing around and getting caught. Oh, what do I do now? What do I do? Oh. When I looked over, the spirit of the old woman was holding out her hand from the other side of the door frame. She really was trying to catch me. I wasn't just being paranoid, she was going to kill me and turn me into a ghost like her. I was convinced this had to be Yoshi, the teacher from that urban legend. I couldn't waste any more time. I darted out through the back door of the classroom into the safe end of the hall. I was running at top speed, hoping to escape behind the spirit's back. Unsurprisingly, trying to outrun a ghost proved to be a fruitless endeavour. The spirit saw me and moved at breakneck speed to intercept. Stop! I impulsively thrust the broom out and stabbed her in the eye with it. Take that, I thought. But my moment of bravado was short-lived. The broom immediately shattered into a million pieces. If my attack had accomplished anything, it just made her mad. Huh? I had the sudden sensation of someone else seizing me by the throat, accompanied by an unpleasant crunching sound. God, she really did have me by the throat. I couldn't breathe. For as old and frail as she looked, she was uncommonly strong. Got you. She was actually gripping me so tightly that she managed to raise me off the ground by my neck. Right. What do you mean deal with? Doggos are precious. You are blessed to have them in your presence. I could see her slender body, slender bony hand in the periphery of my vision and feel it cutting into my trachea. Was that hand really holding me in the air against my will, kicking and flailing by just the tissue of and bones of my neck? I couldn't struggle anymore. I was like a puppet on a string. Heck, you're it. With a sudden crack, my field of vision shifted 90 degrees and everything turned blood red. Oh my, just like me. Your family chose to have those dogs did not choose to have you. You are not dealing with them. Yes, and you should pet them all. There is this magical thing called petting them one at a time. No one is forcing you to grow a third hand. It's okay. I will do my best to not take offense to that one. I should have saved before the choice here, but I was not paying enough attention. So, okay. No, I think there's one more choice after this one that can fuck things up for me, and I think it's if I choose to not. I think it's if I choose to pray to the pencil. What do you mean easier said than done? When I looked over, the spirit of the old woman was holding out her hand from the other side of the doorframe. She really was trying to catch me. I wasn't just being paranoid. She was going to kill me and turn me into a ghost like her. I was convinced this had to be Yoshi, the teacher from that urban legend. No, I won't let her get me. Bracing myself, I darted towards the door at the back end of the classroom. There wasn't a moment to lose. If I didn't act fast, I probably wouldn't be able to act at all. I threw the door open and just began running at top speed, hoping to escape behind the spirit's back. Unsurprisingly, trying to outrun a ghost proved to be a fruitless endeavour. The spirit saw me and moved at breakneck speed to intercept. Stop! Don't come any closer! I thrust my hand into my pocket and withdrew the bag of salt, and then threw the entire thing directly at the old woman's face. She recoiled, and there's my chance. I ran down the hall as fast as my legs would carry me, briefly glancing over my shoulder after a moment to confirm that the spirit was still writhing. I just kept on running down that dark hallway with nothing but adrenaline and mortal fear to keep me going. Well then, you just pet whichever one's closest to you. I reached the stairwell at the end of the hall and made a mad dash down towards the ground level. I was determined to get out of this building alive. Stop! Finally, still moving at top speed, I reached the windowed door leading outside. I don't know what you want from me here, man. I don't know. I don't have any advice for you. I'm almost there. I'm almost out. Luckily, the malevolent spirit hadn't caught up to me yet. It actually seemed like I might be able to escape. I might actually survive this. I made it. I grabbed the handle and tried pulling it. Huh? No. No, it's not opening. Why? Why? I'm so close. Please. Please open. I'm begging you. I have to think of something else. At this rate, that horrible woman's going to... No, I can't let that happen. But what do I do? What can I do? Run elsewhere. I have no choice. I have to keep running. I have to find someplace else. Or maybe I could hide somewhere and throw Yoshi off my trail? That sounds like the only good battlefield to be in the middle of. I had no particular destination in mind. My only thought was anywhere but here. After maybe 30 seconds, I found myself in the second floor hallway. There was an outside corridor connecting two buildings of the school there, and it was the first alternate escape route that came to mind. Naturally, it was walled off from the outside for safety purposes, but the wall wasn't so big that I could scale it in a pinch. I didn't really want to jump off from the second floor of the school, but if I had to, I was confident that I'd at least survive the fall with minimal injury. I should consider that a last resort. For now, let's just get out of sight. I climbed the wall faster than I thought possible and dropped down to the narrow ledge on the other side. It was just wide enough to sit down. My back was to the hallway, but my location should have been completely hidden from anyone inside the school. I looked down at the muddy ground below me. I really couldn't see much though. The outside was completely dark. It was so dark that it felt almost like the whole world had been draped in a black veil. Maybe I should just stay here until morning? I mean, even if I ran, I'm pretty sure I'd get caught. I opened the pen case in my pocket and pulled out the pencil I received from Tsukasa. Tsukasa, please protect me. Was I really treating this stubby little pencil as a protective charm? Tsukasa said it would guarantee success on my test, not ward off evil spirits. Still, it was better than nothing. I clutched it tightly in my hands and prayed. Please protect me. I whispered the words so quietly that I might as well have been mouthing them, but that seemed to be all the opening that damn spirit needed. I sensed the presence on the ledge with me, and was so startled that I almost fell from my perch. No, please! Why are you doing this? However, I could only sense her there. I didn't actually see her. I thought for one brief moment that maybe I was letting my imagination run wild. But then I felt the horrible sensation of something coiling itself around my arm. You mustn't go outside. Before I knew it, a tall, shadowy figure had half emerged from the wall behind me, and she had me in her grasp. There wasn't much more to her than an indistinct flickering silhouette, but I could clearly see she had a broken neck. Was this a different apparition? Her scraggly, root-like fingers were squeezing my arm with tremendous force, pushing aside muscle and tissue and pressing right on the bone. No! What are you? Where are you going, my dear? I'll just be a little longer, so won't you please wait for me? It hurts! It really hurts! I was shaking hysterically, and tears were streaming down my face. I was absolutely convinced that I was going to die here. Let go of me! Sachi. I could offer no resistance. She was too strong. All I could do was plead with her. Stop, please! You're really hurting me! It felt like my arm would snap in two at any moment. Let's be together forever. She wasn't just grabbing, but twisting as well. The pain was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. I couldn't think about anything else. Stopping it had become my first and only priority. I struggled violently against the spirit's grip, ultimately breaking free by throwing my body off the wall toward the unseen earth below. In the face of death, everything really does seem to slow down. I'd read somewhere that this is because the brain is sending out all kinds of distress signals or something. Slow motion or not, though, I was fully aware of my surroundings. I was cascading through the air just outside my school building. Okay, well, reaching out for the hands means you get Tsukasa, so I'm going to pray upon the pencil. If this is a dream, please, let me wake up from it right now. Those were the words echoing through my head as I clutched Tsukasa's pencil tight against my bosom, like a prayer talisman. And moments later, I crashed into the ground, and a horrible squelching sound echoed in my ears. My neck was... Tsukasa's pencil had pierced deep into my throat. Blood was spotting everywhere. I was practically drowning in it. I'd landed right on it, and it wasn't long before I gasped my final gasp. That one is painful. No. Oh. I think that's that. Yeah. All endings in chapter 3. And it's great that we're ending on a pencil impalation. Impalement. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. So we have Purgatory now unlocked and all of the endings for chapter 3. So I think that is us for tonight. I'm gonna switch back over here. So that you can get a nice up close view of my face and my wonky eyes. chapter of Corpse Party Book of Shadows Encounter. Pa, 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 pa. We will be back tomorrow. It may just still be me. Depends on how Cryptic is feeling. You'll have probably noticed that he has disappeared in the last like half hour. He was really not feeling well, so he disappeared for a bit. So it may still be me tomorrow, just me. He may be back, we don't know. The plan for tomorrow is a bit up in the air. We don't know if I'm gonna do what was planned. But you know, we might do yes, Raid. Might do Splatoon, might do Fall Guys, might do Dead by Daylight. Just depends. Hello there. I am being messaged. If it's Splatoon, then it'll be Splatfest, and obviously the regular people who join us can join us for that. It may still just be me, but it's fine. If it's Fall Guys, I will put up a message in the server beforehand asking if anyone wants to join, and if it's Dead by Daylight, then you will be watching me play Killer all night. So just depends on how he feels tomorrow, how I feel tomorrow, because Splatoon can be one of those games that annoys me, but then again, Dead by Daylight and Fall Guys can also be games that annoy me. So we miss you too. So it all just depends on how I feel tomorrow. If it ends up being Fall Guys or Splatoon, then I will put up posts in the server and get in contact with the relevant people for that one. But yeah, I think that's all for this week, and we will be I think still doing a regular schedule next week. So Sally Face on Wednesday, Resident Evil 3 on Thursday. This again next week we will be doing Purgatory. I think it's what it's called, Purgatory. Yeah, Purgatory. For chapter 4 for Corpse Party next Friday, and then Saturday will be a fuck knows. We'll find out when we get there. I am excited for next Friday. I like the next chapter. But yeah, I think that's all. I don't think I have anything else to say. No more updates. Just yeah, I think that's it. So thank you for joining tonight. Hopefully this didn't go too badly, having it be, you know, just me. But then again, as we keep saying, it wouldn't really be one of our streams if there was no stuff going on. Any wisdom I have to share: don't eat yellow snow. It's usually piss. If the milk smells like cheese, don't drink it. I know, great wisdom I'm sharing here. And if a ghost locks you in the classroom, don't try to open the door and stick your head out, because you'll get your head knocked off. If you're falling over, don't grab a pencil, because you will stab yourself with said pencil. I am full of wisdom today, yes. But anyway, that is all. Thank you for joining me, and I will see you tomorrow with whatever it is that I decide to torture you all with. And since he's not here to do it, I will do it. Keep it creepy, keep it weird, and most importantly, stay queer. Bye.
Bye.